Welcome back to another story on Fiction Blue. This time, we're bringing you, Harry accidentally activated a Potter family shield at age 6 that locked every Dursley out of their own house. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The lock. The drill bit was not supposed to come off. Harry knew that, in the way he knew most things, quietly, from watching, from the careful accumulation of observations he was never supposed to be making. He knew that Vernon's drill was expensive because Vernon had said so 4 times over dinner the night he brought it home. He knew it was important because Dudley wasn't allowed to touch it, and Dudley was allowed to touch everything. He knew it lived on the 3rd shelf in the garage, in its red case with the silver latches, and that the case was always snapped shut except when Vernon needed it. He had not touched the drill. He wanted to be clear about that, at least inside his own head, where it was still safe to be clear about things. He had walked past the garage on his way to pull weeds from the flower beds, which was his Saturday job, and the drill case had been sitting open on the workbench because Vernon had been using it that morning and hadn't put it away yet, which was the sort of thing Vernon did because Vernon's things didn't need to be put away, they just needed to not be touched by Harry. Harry had looked at it. That was all. He had stopped walking, looked at the drill in its open red case, and thought, without meaning to, that it looked exactly like a sleeping animal with its tongue out. Then the drill bit had come off. It hadn't fallen. It had simply detached, smoothly and completely, as if something had unscrewed it from the inside, and it rolled off the workbench and pinged twice on the concrete floor and came to rest against the toe of Harry's trainer. He had stared at it for a long moment. The morning was very quiet. Birds. A lawnmower somewhere down the road. The distant sound of Dudley's television. Then he had picked up the drill bit, set it carefully on the workbench beside the drill, and walked away to pull weeds. He thought he'd gotten away with it. He was wrong. Vernon found it an hour later, when he came back to the garage for something Harry never learned the name of. The sequence of events after that was familiar enough that Harry could have narrated it from memory, the shout, then the heavier shout, then the sound of Vernon's feet on the garden path, then Harry's name said in the particular register that meant something was about to happen. Boy. Harry set down his trowel. He stood up carefully, because his knees were muddy and he didn't want to smear dirt on his trousers, or rather, Dudley's old trousers, which were 3 sizes too large and held up with a piece of rope, and turned around. Vernon was holding the drill in one hand and the detached bit in the other. His face had passed through red on its way to something approaching purple. Petunia stood at the back door with her arms crossed and the expression she wore when she'd already decided something was Harry's fault and was waiting for the formality of the accusation to catch up. "Would you like to explain this?" Vernon said, in the voice that wasn't really a question. Harry looked at the drill. He looked at Vernon. He said, very carefully, "I didn't touch it." That was, as it turned out, the wrong thing to say. Not because it was a lie, it wasn't, but because it made Vernon's face do something that Harry had learned to recognize as the precursor to an extended and very loud explanation of what happened to boys who lied, which would be followed by a shorter explanation of what happened to boys who broke expensive things, which would be followed by the cupboard. It was always the cupboard. The cupboard under the stairs at Number 4 Privet Drive was approximately the size of a generous coffin. It had a cot that folded down from one wall, and a shelf that folded up from the other, and if you had both down at the same time you couldn't stand up straight, which meant Harry had learned to either sit or lie down but not both. There was a light, a bare bulb on a cord, but the switch was on the outside. The door had a lock. The lock was also on the outside. Harry had spent a great deal of time in the cupboard. He had spent enough time in it that he had memorized every crack in the plaster and given the larger spiders names and learned which sounds meant someone was coming down the stairs and which sounds were just the house settling. He knew that if you pressed your back against the wall right below the shelf and drew your knees up, there was a draft from somewhere, a gap in the skirting, maybe, or a crack behind the water pipes, that smelled like outside. Like cut grass and petrol and something else, something Harry didn't have a name for, that he'd decided smelled like what freedom would smell like if freedom had a smell. The door had been closed for 2 hours. He could tell because of the light under the crack at the bottom, the quality of it, the angle. It had shifted from the sharp morning yellow to the flatter, broader light of midday. His stomach was making the sounds it made when breakfast had been a long time ago, which it had been. Toast, one piece, because he'd come in with muddy knees even though he tried not to. He wasn't crying. He hadn't cried in the cupboard for a long time, not because he didn't want to but because crying in the dark by yourself was a profoundly useless thing that he had run out of the energy for. He sat with his back against the cold plaster and his knees against his chest, and he listened to Dudley's program on the television and the sound of Petunia in the kitchen and Vernon talking on the phone to someone from work, and he thought about the drill bit coming off. He thought about it for a long time. Because that wasn't the first time. That was the thing he turned over carefully in the dark, examining it from every angle the way he might examine a spider to determine if it was one of the ones he'd named or a new one. It wasn't the first time something had happened around Harry that Harry hadn't done on purpose. There was the time his hair had grown back overnight after Petunia cut it. There was the time Dudley's gang had been chasing him and he'd somehow ended up on the school roof without using the stairs. There was the time Mrs. Fig's cat had been hissing at him and he'd told it firmly to stop and it had, and then it had sat down and looked at him with an expression that seemed almost apologetic. Small things. Things that could be explained away if you were determined to explain them away, which the Dursleys were. Vernon's explanations were always versions of the same thing: Harry was being difficult. Harry was doing it on purpose. Harry was, in some fundamental and irreversible way, wrong, and this wrongness expressed itself in events that were Vernon's word here freakish, and freakishness was not tolerated. Harry had no explanation. He had only the fact of it, the pattern of it, the way things seemed to respond to him when he was feeling something strongly, happy, or scared, or, more often than he wanted to admit, angry. He was angry now. Not the hot, formless anger of someone throwing a tantrum. He was 6 years old but he wasn't stupid, and even at 6 he'd learned that hot anger just got you locked in places faster. This was the other kind. The cold, clear anger that settled at the bottom of his chest like a stone and just sat there, patient and heavy and very, very still. The anger that said, "This is not right." The anger that said, "I did not touch the drill." The anger that said, and this was the part Harry turned away from usually, because it led somewhere complicated, the anger that said, "I don't deserve to be in here." He pressed his palms flat against the plaster on either side of him. The wall was cold and slightly damp and he could feel the texture of it under his fingers, the rough grain of old paint over older paint over whatever was underneath. He pushed against it, not hard, not physically, just the way you push against a thought sometimes, just to see if it pushes back. Something happened. It was not loud. It was not dramatic, or at least not in the way of explosions or flashes of light. It was the feeling of something enormous turning over in its sleep. A deep, structural shifting that Harry felt in his back teeth and in the soles of his feet and in the center of his chest where the cold anger lived. The water pipes in the walls made a sound like a note held too long on a stringed instrument. The plaster trembled under his palms. The bare bulb on its cord, dark, since Vernon controlled the switch, suddenly lit, full and steady, without anyone touching it. Harry took his hands off the wall. The light stayed on. He looked at his palms. They looked the same. Thin, a bit dirty from the garden, with a callus on the right one from the trowel. He turned them over. Turned them back. He pressed them to the wall again, slowly, and this time he felt it clearly, a hum. A deep, resonant vibration running through the plaster and the brick behind it and, he somehow knew this without knowing how he knew it, running through the whole house. Every wall. Every foundation stone. Every beam and joist and sill. The house was humming. And then, from outside, very close, the front door. The sound of the handle depressing, the specific clunk of it, followed by the creak that the hinges made, followed by, nothing. The door didn't open. There was a pause. Then the handle again, harder. Then a bang, flat-palmed, that shook the door in its frame. Then Vernon's voice, muffled by wood and brick but still recognizable, saying something that Harry's ears caught the shape of without the words. Harry stood up. His head cleared the low shelf with an inch to spare. He'd gotten taller lately, which Petunia had noted with the expression she used for things she didn't like. He put his hand on the cupboard door, the inside handle, and pressed down, and the door swung open. He stood in the hallway of Number 4, Privet Drive, and looked at the front door, and then at the back of the house, where the kitchen door was also swung open onto the garden. Through the glass panel in the front door he could see the distorted shapes of people outside, moving, gesturing. Through the kitchen door he could see sunlight and the smell of the garden came in, cut grass and petrol and the thing that smelled like freedom. He walked to the front door. He looked through the glass. Vernon stood on the front step with both fists raised like he was about to knock again. Petunia was on the path behind him, and behind her, Dudley, in the posture he had when he didn't understand what was happening and was waiting to see if he should be scared or excited. All three of them were outside. The door was unlocked. Harry checked, turned the knob, confirmed, but it wouldn't open. He pushed on it. Nothing moved. He tried the catch, tried pulling, tried pushing harder. The door held perfectly fast, the way it would if it were bolted from somewhere much deeper than the lock. He could feel the hum again under his hand when he touched the doorframe, and it was louder now, more definite, and it had a quality he could only describe as purposeful. Like the house had made a decision. Vernon saw his face through the glass and said something Harry now heard clearly, "Open this door right now, boy, or so help me, I'm trying," Harry said. He wasn't sure he was lying, exactly. He pulled on the door again, with both hands, really meaning it this time, and it gave, not swung open, but shifted slightly, like something reconsidering. Harry stopped. He stood very still in the hallway with his hands at his sides and the hum running through his feet from the floorboards, and he thought about it. The cupboard door had opened. He'd pressed the handle and it had opened, no resistance, the moment he'd wanted out. The front door wouldn't open when Vernon wanted in. Harry thought about that for a long moment. He was 6 years old and he was standing in a house that had apparently chosen a side, and the side it had chosen was his, and he thought about this with the same careful, unhurried attention he gave to spiders and to the smell of the draft and to the quality of light under doors. Then he went to the kitchen and got himself a glass of water. His throat was dry. He'd been in the cupboard for 2 hours and no one had offered him anything. He filled the glass from the tap and drank it standing at the kitchen sink, looking out the window at the back garden where his trowel still lay on its side next to the half-weeded flower bed. He could see, from this angle, that Petunia had come around to the back of the house and was trying the kitchen door. She was trying it with the kind of rigid, barely contained fury that Petunia brought to things she found personally offensive. The kitchen door didn't open either. Petunia pressed her face to the glass panel and met Harry's eyes, and her expression went through several things very quickly. "Harry," she said, and her voice came through muffled, flat, stripped of its usual sharp edges by the glass and the distance. "Harry, open this door at once." "I don't think I can," Harry said. Petunia's face went tight. "What do you mean you don't think you can? Open the door." "I tried the front," Harry said. He held up his water glass slightly, like a demonstration. "I can't make it open. I don't know why." This was mostly true. He had an idea why, but he didn't have words for it yet, and the idea was strange enough that he wasn't ready to say it out loud. Petunia said something that was definitely not appropriate for someone who regularly washed Dudley's mouth out with soap for language, and then she turned away and went back around the house. Harry could hear her heels on the garden path. He put his glass in the sink. He dried his hands on Dudley's overlarge trousers. He walked slowly through the kitchen and into the hall and stood at the bottom of the stairs for a moment, looking up. The stairs he usually avoided, Dursley territory, the carpeted upstairs with its proper bedrooms and its bathroom with hot water, but there was nobody to stop him now. The hum in the floorboards was steady and certain, the kind of certainty that felt like permission. He went upstairs. He'd been up here before, on cleaning days, to do Dudley's room and the bathroom. He knew where things were. But it was different now, walking the landing, because no one was shouting at him to move faster and no one was standing at the top of the stairs with a hand on the banister waiting to see if he tracked dirt. The landing was just a landing, and the doors were just doors, and the house hummed gently under all of it like something contented. He did not go into Dudley's room. He had no interest in Dudley's room. He went to the window at the end of the landing that looked out over the front garden, and he looked down. Vernon had tried the door again from the outside. Harry could see the marks on the paint where he'd been hitting it. Now Vernon was standing on the front walk with his phone pressed to his ear. Petunia had her arms wrapped around herself despite the fact that it was summer, because Petunia always looked cold when she was frightened, Harry had noticed. Dudley was sitting on the garden wall eating a biscuit from somewhere, which was very Dudley of him. Vernon looked up and saw Harry in the window. The call ended very quickly. Vernon pointed at Harry with the hand not holding the phone, and the pointing had the quality of a man trying to do something with his body that words weren't sufficient for. Harry raised his hand and waved. It wasn't aggressive, exactly. It was just a wave. Vernon said something that made Petunia put both hands over her mouth. Harry went to find something to eat. The kitchen was fine. The kitchen behaved exactly as a kitchen should, cupboards opened, the cooker worked, the refrigerator hummed its own small hum that was entirely ordinary. Harry found bread and cheese and an apple that was slightly past its best and ate at the kitchen table, which he was not usually allowed to do without being supervised. He sat in Vernon's chair, because it faced the window. He ate his bread and cheese. The apple was fine. Outside, Dudley had gotten bored of the garden wall and was trying the back door again, methodically, like he was expecting to find a setting that worked. Harry watched him through the kitchen window. Dudley tried the handle, pushed, pulled, tried again. He was 11 months older than Harry and 4 stone heavier, and he had the particular focus of someone who'd never encountered something he couldn't break or eat his way out of. The door did not open. Dudley looked up and saw Harry watching him from the kitchen table. For a moment they just looked at each other through the glass, and it was one of the stranger moments of Harry's life, which was saying something. Dudley's expression went through confusion, then something that might have been recognition, then something else Harry didn't have a category for yet. Dudley said, through the glass, "Are you doing this?" Harry chewed his apple. He considered the question seriously, the way you should consider serious questions. "I think so," he said. "Sort of." Dudley looked at him for another second, then walked away. This was, possibly, the most reasonable thing Dudley had ever done. Harry finished his apple and went to explore the rest of the house. He went through every room. He wasn't destructive about it, he wasn't Vernon, he didn't need to touch things to own them, but he moved through each space with careful attention, noticing. The sitting room with its photos, lots of Dudley, in chronological order from infant to current, pink and round and grinning at various milestones. No Harry. He knew this, had known it, but knowing and seeing were different things, and he stood in front of the mantelpiece and looked at all the photos of Dudley's life and thought his cold, patient, stone at the bottom of the chest thoughts about it for a moment before moving on. Vernon's study. Books on business. A filing cabinet. On the desk, a framed photo of Vernon and Petunia on what Harry assumed was their wedding day, both of them younger and slightly less rigid, Petunia's smile the genuine version rather than the performed one. Harry looked at it for a moment, trying to find whatever it was she'd been before she became what she was now, and almost, found it. Petunia's room. He didn't go in. There was something about Petunia's room that felt private in a way that Vernon's study didn't, and Harry had manners even if no one had taught them to him. He looked in from the doorway. Neat, pale colors, Petunia's cardigan folded over the chair. A photo on the nightstand that wasn't Vernon, and Harry's eyes sharpened on it before he moved on. He went back to the landing and sat on the top step with his back against the banister and listened to the house. The hum was still there. It was so consistent now that he could almost stop hearing it, the way you stop hearing traffic after a while, and instead just know it's there. It was warm, which was odd because it wasn't a temperature exactly, it was more like the quality of being held gently by something very large and very confident. It occurred to Harry that he was not afraid. He thought he should probably catalogue that as unusual, because fear was the background radiation of Number 4, Privet Drive, not always present in the foreground but always underneath everything, structuring how he moved and spoke and what he looked at for too long. Right now it wasn't there. Right now he felt, in a way he couldn't have named and wouldn't have tried to, as if the house was breathing with him. Outside, he heard Vernon on the phone again. The voice carried even through the walls, stripped of words but not of register, and the register was one Harry recognized, Vernon talking to someone he thought could fix something. Authoritative, explanatory, with the particular edge that meant he expected results. Harry wondered idly who you called when a house locked itself and wouldn't let you back in. A locksmith, maybe. Or the police. He should probably think about that. The police, specifically. Adults arriving, authorities arriving, people who would see a 6-year-old alone in a house and have questions. He thought about it. He decided he wasn't scared of it. If the police came, Harry would tell them the truth, that he'd been locked in the cupboard under the stairs, that this was where he usually slept, that he'd been there for 2 hours with no food or water because he'd been blamed for something he didn't do. He thought about what a policeman's face would look like hearing that, and the thought was complicated, but not frightening. He went back downstairs. He was tired, the cupboard always did that to him, the particular tired of being very still for a long time in a small space, and he went to the sitting room and sat on the sofa, which he was not allowed to do, and put his feet up slightly, which he was also not allowed to do, and leaned his head against the cushions. The hum was softer here. Or maybe he'd just gotten used to it. He looked at the ceiling. The ceiling of the sitting room in Number 4 was perfectly ordinary, white Artex, slightly yellowed near the window. Harry had never seen it from this angle before because he'd never sat on the sofa. "What are you?" he asked the house. He asked it quietly, conversationally, the way he sometimes asked spiders things in the cupboard, not expecting an answer but wanting the shape of the question to exist out loud. The hum shifted. Not in response, exactly. More like the way a person shifts in a chair when they hear their name, a small acknowledgement, a minor adjustment. Harry closed his eyes. He heard Vernon's car on the drive. He heard the car doors. He heard Vernon try the front door again, and this time something else too, a scraping sound, and then a banging, and Harry opened his eyes and turned his head toward the window, because that sounded like a ladder, and he was right. A ladder appeared, angled against the house wall, and then Vernon's head appeared above the windowsill outside, red and furious, and then Vernon found the sitting room window was locked, and whatever he did to try to open it from outside while balancing on a ladder, it didn't work. Harry watched Vernon's face through the glass with the detached curiosity of someone watching a nature documentary. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Vernon said several things, pressed against the window glass. Harry heard very little of it. He could read the shape of the words, though, freak featured prominently. So did just you wait. Harry turned away and looked back at the ceiling. A door, somewhere at the back of the house. A door he hadn't noticed before, but this was a house he'd never been allowed to actually explore, and there were whole rooms he'd only glimpsed through open doorways on cleaning days. He stood, went into the hall, followed the hum, it was slightly different near this door, slightly higher, and found a door under the stairs that wasn't the cupboard door. His cupboard door was narrow and low, set into the angled bottom of the staircase. This door was at the back of the space, deeper, behind where his cot usually was, behind where the pipes ran. He hadn't known it was there. He wasn't sure it had been there. He opened it. Inside, not another cupboard, a narrow passage that turned at the end, and at the turn, steps going down. A cellar, maybe, except the Dursleys' house didn't have a cellar. Harry knew the house well enough to know that. He stood at the top of the steps and looked down, and the hum was coming from below, steady and warm and clear, like a string instrument played by someone who knew what they were doing. He went down. The steps were stone, not wood, and the cellar, because it was a cellar, despite the impossibility of it, was dry and cool and larger than it should have been. The walls were stone too, not brick, and there was no single source of light, but the room was lit anyway, a soft, amber, sourceless light that sat just above the threshold of comfortable visibility. In the center of the room, on the floor, was a symbol. Harry didn't know what it was. He wasn't supposed to know what it was, at 6 years old, with no education in these things. But he crouched down at its edge and looked at it carefully, and something in him, the part that responded to spiders and drafts and the smell of cut grass and freedom, something in him knew the shape of it. It was carved into the stone, not recently, but not recently, not in living memory probably, though he wasn't sure whose living memory he meant. The lines of it were deep and dark and precise. It looked like a shield with something inside it, layered marks that weren't quite letters but had the weight of words. He put his finger on one of the lines. The hum went up an octave. The amber light brightened. And then something happened that Harry would spend a very long time thinking about afterward, turning it over with the same careful hands he turned everything over with. Letters appeared, not carved but floating, just above the surface of the stone, in a color that wasn't quite any color he had a name for. They arranged themselves the way you'd expect letters to arrange themselves, left to right, into words. The word said, Potter Family Ward. Eyre recognized. Harry looked at the words for a long time. Then he said, I'm a Potter. He wasn't asking. He'd known his name was Potter, Harry James Potter, even though the Dursleys never used it, calling him, the boy, or just, Harry, or nothing at all. But this was different. This was something saying Potter and meaning it as a thing with weight, a thing that meant something beyond just a name on a school register. The letters shifted. New words, primary ward active. Residence secured. All non-family access suspended until Eyre directs otherwise. Oh, Harry said. He sat back on his heels. He looked at the symbol in the stone, glowing gently in its amber light, and he understood, or began to understand, the understanding being too large to fit all at once, that this had not been an accident. Or rather, it had been an accident in the way that most important things are accidents, something real finding its moment, something waiting finding its door. The Dursleys were outside. The house was his. The ward in the floor of this impossible cellar had recognized him, and the walls were still humming, and his hands were steady. He was 6 years old. He was, in this moment, completely unafraid. He stood up, dusted off his knees, Dudley's old trousers, too large, rope belt, the routine indignities of it all, and climbed back up the stone steps and closed the door behind him. He walked up through the cupboard space and out into the hall. He walked to the front door and put his hand on the wood of it, feeling the hum, and thought, not yet. The door stayed closed. He walked back to the kitchen. He was hungry again, the bread and cheese had been a while ago, and he opened the refrigerator and looked at it with the attention it deserved. There was pasta salad that Petunia had made for dinner. There was leftover chicken. There were grapes, the good ones, seedless, which Dudley usually finished before Harry got any. Harry took some grapes and went back to the sitting room. He sat on the sofa, in the good corner, where the cushion was deepest and the angle was best for the television. He found the remote, which he was not allowed to operate. He turned on the television and found a nature program, which was the thing he watched when he got the chance, and he ate his grapes and watched a film about deep-sea fish while the sun moved across the sky and his relatives stood on the lawn of their own house and couldn't get in. Outside, eventually, he heard a car he didn't recognize. 2 doors. Footsteps on the path. And then a voice he'd never heard before, not Vernon, not police, not a locksmith, a voice with something different in it, something that made the hum in the walls notice, a subtle shift like a cat looking up. Harry turned off the television. He went to the window. On the front path, standing beside a very old-looking shawl and a large handbag, was the neighbor from down the road, Mrs. Something, the one with all the cats, who smelled of fish food and sometimes babysat Harry with the energy of someone doing a duty they found personally tedious. She was talking to Vernon, and even through the glass Harry could see that she was not doing what Vernon wanted her to do. Vernon wanted her to fix it. Her face said she was not going to fix it. Then she looked at the window, directly, and found Harry there, and for one fraction of 1 second her expression did something that Harry would remember for a very long time. It was not surprise. Or rather it was surprise, but underneath the surprise was something else, something that looked, even across a front garden, even through a sitting room window, almost exactly like recognition. Harry looked back at her. She held up one finger, in the gesture that meant, wait there. He was 6 years old and he had spent his entire life being told to wait and stay and be quiet and not touch. He had woken up this morning in the cupboard. He had been locked in the cupboard again by noon, for breaking a drill he hadn't touched. He had come out of that cupboard on his own power, into a house that hummed his name. He looked at the old woman's finger. He looked at her face. He nodded. Then he went to put the kettle on, because if someone was coming to talk to him, he was going to do it on his own terms, in his own kitchen, with tea. The house hummed warm agreement around him as he found the kettle and filled it, the ordinary domestic sound of water, the click of the element. He was not afraid. He did not plan to be. Chapter 2, The Watcher. Her name was Arabella Figg, and she had been lying to Harry Potter for 3 years. Not cruelly. She wanted that understood, at least by herself, in the privacy of her own chest where she kept the things she didn't say out loud. She hadn't lied to him the way the Dursleys lied to him, with the particular viciousness of people who found the truth inconvenient. She'd lied to him the way a soldier lies when ordered to, with discipline, with purpose, with the understanding that the mission was larger than the moment. She'd been told to make the visits boring. Dumbledore had been very specific about that. Don't let the boy enjoy it too much, Arabella. We can't have him looking forward to leaving the house. The protection depends on him thinking of it as home. So she'd shown him the cats. The photographs of the cats. She'd served him stale cake and talked about her hip and watched him sit very still and polite on her sofa, eating the stale cake without complaint because even stale cake was better than whatever they gave him at Number 4, and she had gone home afterward and been, on several occasions, quietly furious at Albus Dumbledore. She was quite furious at him now, standing on the front walk of Number 4 with Vernon Dursley at her elbow, furious in the particular way you are furious when you've been told something would work and it demonstrably hasn't. The door just won't, I mean the windows, all of them. Vernon was doing the thing he did when reality stopped cooperating, which was to become louder in the apparent belief that volume would restore order. My own house, Mrs. Figg, my own house that I've owned for 15 years, and that boy is sitting in there watching my television, yes, Arabella said. She was not looking at Vernon. She was looking at the sitting room window, where Harry's face had appeared briefly and then gone, and she was thinking very fast and not liking most of what she was thinking. Can you fix it? Your sort, you can just, wave something and, Mr. Dursley. She turned to look at him, and her voice had the tone that came from 73 years of practice, the tone that made people of Vernon Dursley's particular type stop talking and listen. Be quiet, please. Vernon's mouth closed. Behind him, Petunia stood very still, and Arabella noted that Petunia was the only person on this lawn who wasn't confused. Petunia was frightened, and there was a difference. Fear required knowing what you were afraid of, and Petunia, for all her deliberate, cultivated ignorance, had never quite managed to forget everything. Did you see it happen? Arabella asked her. Petunia's chin came up. I don't know what you mean. Petunia. Arabella kept her voice even, the way you keep a lamp steady in a wind. We are beyond pretending. Did you see it happen? A very long pause. In it, Dudley ate something crunchy and looked between the adults with the satisfied attention of someone watching a program they didn't understand but found entertaining. We were outside, Petunia said finally, stiffly, each word extracted like a splinter. Vernon was going to the garage. The boy was, he was already outside. We came back and the doors were locked. All at once. I don't, yes. I suppose. All at once. Arabella looked back at the house. She'd seen wards before, she was a squib, not an idiot, and she'd grown up in the magical world and spent 4 decades adjacent to it, and she knew what a ward looked like when it activated. She'd never seen one that looked like this, though. Most wards were subtle, you felt them at the boundary, a slight resistance, a sense of being observed. Whatever was on this house right now was not subtle. It was like standing next to a generator. The air felt different. The light on the brickwork looked different, sharper somehow, more definite, as though the house had decided to take itself seriously. She walked up the front path and put her hand on the door. Pressed lightly. Nothing. The door was absolutely still, with the fixed quality of something that had made up its mind. She could feel the ward through her palm, not see it, she couldn't do that, she'd never been able to do that, but feel it the way you feel a strong wind by the pressure on your skin. The ward was old. Older than the house, far older, which meant it hadn't come from the house itself but from something the house was sitting on top of, or from something brought into it, or from the boy. She'd known, she realized. Standing here with Vernon Dursley radiating frustration at her back, she admitted to herself that she'd known for 2 years, maybe longer, that Harry Potter was doing things. She'd seen the evidence on her visiting days, a chair moved that hadn't been moved, a broken plate that had put itself back together, a houseplant that was flourishing in impossible conditions because it had inexplicably migrated across the kitchen toward the one window that caught sufficient sun. Small things. The kind of thing you could write off if you were determined to write them off. She'd written them off. Those were her orders. Observe and report, don't interfere, don't engage beyond the minimum. Let the Dursleys keep the boy ordinary. Let him grow up without knowing. She went back to the garden gate, opened her bag, and took out what looked to any passing neighbor like a mobile phone from several decades ago, large and black and utilitarian. It was not a mobile phone. She pressed 3 buttons in sequence and held it to her ear and waited. The connection came after 4 seconds, which was faster than usual. That meant someone was already alert. There's been an activation, she said, without preamble, because the person on the other end didn't require preamble and she didn't have the patience for it. Number 4. Major. Family level. She looked at the house. He's 6. There was a silence on the other end. Then, I'll be there in the morning. He's inside alone, Arabella said. Is he safe? She looked at the house again, at the amber quality of the light on the brickwork, at the absolute stillness of the doors and windows. The house isn't going to hurt him, she said. The house is protecting him. That's rather the point. Another pause. Then, quietly, with a weight that Arabella couldn't entirely interpret, yes. I suppose it is. The connection ended. Arabella put the not phone away. She turned back to the Dursleys, who were looking at her with the united expression of people who wanted to be told that someone competent was handling this. She did not feel competent right now. She felt 63 years old, she always lost a decade when she was stressed, and tired, and the particular guilt of someone who has been standing near an injustice long enough to have become part of its furniture. Go next door, she told the Dursleys. Marge is 2 streets over, isn't she? Ring her. Or the pull kisses. She looked at Dudley briefly. The children can stay with friends. This will be sorted by morning. By morning? Vernon's face was a study in outrage. By morning? That's my house, Mr. Dursley. Same voice, same tone. It worked again, she noted this for future reference. At this moment, your options are limited. You can stand on this lawn and shout at it, or you can go somewhere comfortable for the night and allow the people who understand this situation to address it. Those are your options. I could call the police, Vernon said, with the tone of a man who didn't actually want to call the police but needed to be seen as someone who could. You could, Arabella agreed. And then you would explain to the police that your 6-year-old nephew has locked you out of your own house by means you're unable to account for, while he sits inside watching your television. Would you like me to call them for you? Vernon said nothing. Arabella nodded. Go next door, Mr. Dursley. She waited until the Dursleys had retreated, Vernon leading, Petunia following, and Dudley bringing up the rear with the biscuit he'd found from somewhere, and then she walked back up the front path and knocked on the front door. Harry, she said, to the door. She felt faintly ridiculous. It's Mrs. Figg. From down the road. A pause. Then footsteps, light, unhurried, and the sound of a lock she hadn't heard and a chain she hadn't known was there, and the door swung open. Harry Potter stood in the doorway of Number 4, Privet Drive, in Dudley's oversized clothes with a rope belt and bare feet, and he looked at her with eyes that were too sharp and too green and had always been too much of both things for her to entirely meet straight on. Hello, Mrs. Figg, he said. I put the kettle on. She opened her mouth, closed it, and then, because 73 years of life had at least taught her when to abandon the script, she said, Thank you, Harry. That's very kind. He stepped back to let her in. She crossed the threshold and felt the ward close around her like a second skin, close and assessing. She stopped walking for just a moment. Harry noticed. Of course he noticed. Does it feel strange? He asked. He sounded curious, not concerned. A little, she said honestly. Like being looked at. It does feel like that, Harry said, and walked ahead of her to the kitchen. She followed him through the hall of Number 4, the photographs, the carpets, the ordered, aggressively normal decor that had always felt to her like a set dressing for a play, and into the kitchen, where the kettle was indeed on and had recently boiled. Harry got 2 mugs from the cupboard. He knew where everything was, she noticed, with a pang that she recognized as guilt, and put tea bags in both. Milk? He asked. Please, she said. He got the milk. He made the tea. He was 6 years old and he moved through this kitchen with the practiced ease of someone who'd spent years making things work for other people, and Arabella sat down at the kitchen table and watched him and felt the guilt shift into something heavier and more specific. He brought the mugs over and sat across from her and wrapped both hands around his mug and looked at her over the rim. You're not just a neighbor, he said. It wasn't a question. She'd known this moment would come eventually, had in fact been dreading it for years, but she hadn't imagined it quite like this, at this kitchen table, in this kitchen, with the house humming around them like a kept promise. No, she said. I'm not. He nodded, very slightly, as if this confirmed something. You knew something was different about me. Yes. For how long? She wrapped her own hands around her mug. The tea was good, stronger than she'd expected from a 6-year-old, but then this was Harry Potter. Since before you were born, in a sense, she said carefully. I've known your family for a very long time. Something moved in his eyes. Not emotion exactly, or not yet, but the sharpening of attention, the way a light in a dark room changes everything. My family, he said. Your parents, she said. James and Lily Potter. He was very still. She had been told, by Dumbledore, not to discuss his parents. She was aware she was currently operating several miles outside her official instructions. She found she couldn't bring herself to care. They're dead, Harry said. It wasn't cold when he said it. It was just the shape of something he'd known so long it had gone past grief into fact. There was a car crash. Arabella looked at him steadily. That isn't what happened. The stillness deepened. What happened? She took a breath. She thought about Dumbledore's voice on the not phone, I'll be there in the morning. She thought about 30 years of careful containment, of the magnificent, terrible strategy of keeping this boy small and ordinary and unknowing. She thought about Harry at 4 years old, sitting on her sofa with stale cake, watching her photographs with those 2 green eyes and saying your cat has a sore paw, Mrs. Figg, the back left one, and being entirely correct. There are some things, she said, that I think you should hear from someone with more authority to tell them than me. There's a man coming in the morning, He's someone important in our world, the world your parents came from. He'll explain more. Harry looked at her for a long moment. She could see him assessing this, testing the weight of it. Our world, he repeated. You mean magic? She hadn't said that word. She hadn't been prepared for him to say it, not so directly, not at 6. What made you say that? She asked. He looked down at his tea. Then at the walls of the kitchen. Then back at her, and his expression was the patient, quiet expression of someone who has been keeping score for a very long time. Things happen, he said. Around me. I didn't understand what they were before today. He paused. I went downstairs. Under the stairs, further than the cupboard. There's a room. There's a symbol on the floor. It said Potter Family Ward. Arabella set her mug down. You found the anchor stone, she said, and she wasn't trying to keep her voice neutral anymore. She wasn't sure she could have. Is that what it is? Yes. She ran a hand over her face. She was buying time, she knew it, Harry probably knew it. An anchor stone is how a family ward is, it's essentially the foundation. The heart of it. Each old wizarding family had one. They were set into properties, sometimes houses, sometimes land. They respond to the family bloodline. She looked at him. They've been dormant for centuries in most cases. The old families don't, most of them don't practice that kind of magic anymore. Ward setting at that level hasn't been seen in, she stopped. In how long? Harry asked. A very long time, she said. She decided this was honest enough. The fact that it activated at all means the ward recognized you. Recognized you as the primary heir. And for it to do what it did today, she gestured, taking in the house, the locked doors, the amber quality of the light that she could feel even though she couldn't see it. Harry, wards like this don't activate without significant emotional stimulus. What happened today? He told her. The drill. The cupboard. 2 hours, no food, no water. His voice was even throughout, factual, as though he was reporting something that had happened to someone else, and that evenness was the most upsetting thing she'd heard in a long time. And then I came out, he said. And the house felt different. And I couldn't open the front door from inside, and neither could they from outside. You can open it now, though, Arabella said. You let me in. You knocked nicely, Harry said. She looked at him. That's the criterion. He shrugged, a very small shrug, very 6-year-old. I don't actually know how I'm deciding, he admitted. It feels more like the house is deciding and I'm agreeing. He paused. Or disagreeing. Are you planning to disagree about Mr. and Mrs. Dursley? The quiet returned. He turned his mug slowly, once, both hands on it. I was thinking about that, he said. While you were outside with them. He looked at her. Can they actually not get in? Like, if they had a window broken, a ward at this level would hold against anything short of a direct counter-curse, Arabella said. And you'd have to know the specific ward lineage to write the counter. The Dursleys can't break it. And the man coming in the morning, Harry said. Can he break it? She was quiet for a moment. He could probably find a way, yes. Harry nodded. He was thinking, she could see it, the particular quality of his attention when something was being filed and examined and found its category. Then, so I should decide what I want before morning. That would be wise, she said, because it would be, and because she was done lying to this child. He looked out the kitchen window. The garden in the evening light, the trowel still on its side where he'd left it. I don't want to make them leave permanently, he said, and this surprised her, and she must have shown it because he looked back at her with something like patience. It's not, I'm not trying to hurt anyone. I was just angry. I'm not angry like that anymore. He thought for a second. But I don't want it to go back to the way it was. What was it like? she asked. The way it was. He looked at her steadily. You know what it was like, he said. You were watching. The silence that followed was the worst silence she'd sat through in recent memory. She deserved it. She sat inside it and didn't try to fill it or excuse herself or perform remorse that would serve her more than him. Eventually he said, without accusation, without anything, just information, the cupboard is where I sleep. I've slept there for as long as I can remember. I'm not supposed to sit on the sofa or use the television or have the grapes. I'm supposed to do the cooking and the cleaning and the garden, and if something goes wrong I get less food and the cupboard. He paused. The primary school thinks I have behavioral issues because of the times I show up with bruises. I don't have behavioral issues. Dudley's gang hits me. Arabella put both hands flat on the table. She pressed them there, hard, to keep them from shaking. Harry, I'm not telling you this because I'm sad, he said, with a patience that was somehow worse than sadness. I'm telling you because I think you should know that I understand my situation. I've understood it for a while. And I think, he looked at the walls, at the humming house, at the amber quality light coming through the kitchen window. I think today something changed, and I don't want to pretend it hasn't. She was a 73-year-old woman who had survived 2 magical wars in various peripheries and spent 4 decades watching the world make its bad choices. She was not prone to sentiment. She breathed carefully through the tightness in her throat and said, No. You shouldn't pretend it hasn't. The man coming in the morning, Harry said. What's his name? Albus Dumbledore. Nothing from Harry, no recognition, of course. The name meant nothing to him yet. It would mean things soon enough. Is he someone who makes promises and keeps them? Harry asked. She took a moment before answering, because the question deserved a real answer. He makes promises with every intention of keeping them, she said carefully. Whether his intentions and his actions always align is more complicated. Harry turned his mug another rotation. So I should listen to what he says and think about it carefully before I agree to anything. That, Arabella said, is excellent advice for every human being who's ever met Albus Dumbledore. For the first time since she'd come inside, Harry smiled. It was brief and slightly sideways, the smile of someone who didn't use the expression carelessly, but it was there, and it changed his face completely. She felt something tighten painfully in her chest and resolved that before Dumbledore arrived she was going to make an extensive list of every concern she'd swallowed for 3 years, and she was going to say every one of them out loud. Is there food? She asked. Have you eaten properly? Bread and cheese and grapes, he said. Earlier. He looked at the refrigerator with a practical expression. There's pasta salad. And chicken. Right, she said, and stood up. I'll make dinner. He looked at her. You don't have to, sit down, Harry. He sat. She went to the refrigerator and began assembling things with the efficiency of someone who has cooked for themselves alone for many years and finds it a relief to have a reason to cook more. She found pasta, found chicken, found things in the vegetable drawer that could become something reasonable. She found a pan. She had done this in her own kitchen 1,000 times and she could do it here. A kitchen was a kitchen. Behind her, she heard Harry get up and go to the table and sit in a different chair, one that faced the door, and she noted this without commenting on it. He sat where he could see the room. He sat where he could see who was coming. He'd been doing this his whole life, she realized. At her house, on her sofa, he'd always angled himself toward the door. She'd noticed and told herself it was just a child's natural curiosity. She'd been lying to herself as thoroughly as she'd been lying to him. She cooked. The house was quiet around them in a comfortable way, which was new for Number 4. She'd always found it an uncomfortable quiet before, the quiet of things unsaid and spaces compressed. This was different. The hum was part of it, the ward settling, the house doing whatever ancient family wards did when they'd been activated after decades of dormancy. She put a plate in front of Harry, pasta and chicken, properly seasoned, far better than bread and cheese, and he looked at it for a moment with an expression she couldn't fully read, something between gratitude and a much older hunger, and then ate with the focused attention of someone who'd learned not to take food for granted. She sat across from him with her own plate and they ate in companionable silence, and through the kitchen window the sky went slowly from orange to purple to dark. "Mrs. Figg," Harry said, when he was near the end of his plate. "Arabella," she said. "I think we're past Mrs. Figg." He considered this. "Arabella," he said, testing the shape of it. "Were you friends with my parents?" "I knew them," she said. "I knew your mother better. Lily was extraordinary. Very powerful, very clever, and very kind, which is a rarer combination than people think." She paused. "She'd have been very proud of you today, I think. The way you're handling this." He was quiet for a long moment. "She sounds like someone I'd have liked," he said finally. "Not I miss her. Not I wish I'd known her." He hadn't had the luxury of being able to miss her properly. You had to have something to miss, and all he'd ever had was silence where she should have been. But someone I'd have liked was its own kind of grief, smaller and more exact, and Arabella thought he carried it with a dignity she hadn't had at 6. He hadn't had at any age, if she was honest. After dinner, she washed up and he dried, because he offered, and it seemed like the right shape for the evening. Then he showed her, with the casual air of someone who'd been living here alone for hours and was used to it now, the sitting room and the sofa and the television, and they watched the end of something mildly interesting together while the ward hummed around them and the night settled over Privet Drive. At 9 o'clock she said, "You should sleep." "I was thinking," he said, "that I might not sleep in the cupboard." "You absolutely should not sleep in the cupboard," Arabella said firmly. "There's Dudley's room," he said, without particular emotion. "And the guest room. It seems reasonable. It seems entirely reasonable." He went upstairs at 9:30 with the straightforward efficiency of someone who'd made a decision and was going to act on it. She heard him in the bathroom, the Dursleys' bathroom, with the hot water, and then the sound of a door, and then quiet. She stayed downstairs and sat in the sitting room and thought for a very long time. Dumbledore would arrive in the morning. She already knew what he'd want: restore the situation, calm the ward, return the boy to the Dursleys' care, get everything back in its proper configuration. The protection of Lily Potter's blood sacrifice, the ancient charm that made Number 4 safe from Voldemort, now that, she understood, was real and necessary and couldn't simply be discarded because a 6-year-old had found his backbone. Voldemort was gone, but the charm still required the blood tie, still required that Harry call this house home. But calling this house home and being imprisoned in it were different things, and Albus Dumbledore had been conflating them for 3 years, and she was going to say so, clearly and specifically, at the first opportunity. She got out the not phone. She pressed the buttons. When the connection came, she said, without preamble, "He knows he's a wizard. He's found the anchor stone. He's sleeping in a proper bedroom for the first time in his life, and before you say a single word about the charm or the blood tie or the greater good, I need you to understand that this child has been sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs and I have been watching it happen and I am not doing that anymore. Are we clear?" The silence on the other end lasted 4 seconds. "Arabella," said Dumbledore's voice, very quietly. "Are we clear?" she said again. Another pause. Then, "Yes," he said. "We're clear." She put the not phone away and sat back in the armchair, Vernon's chair, the big one, which she occupied with considerable satisfaction, and listened to the ward hum around her, steady and warm and very old. Outside, Privet Drive was quiet. Next door but one, a light was on, the Polkisses, probably, hosting the Dursleys with the strained hospitality of people who hadn't been asked if they wanted company. Petunia would be sitting on someone else's sofa with her arms wrapped around herself, the fear and the old grief mixed up together, the way they'd been mixed up in her since the letter she'd written at 11 years old to a school that didn't want her. Arabella understood Petunia better than Petunia would have been comfortable with. She didn't excuse her. Understanding and excusing were different things, and Petunia Dursley had made her choices with full knowledge of what they cost. But she understood her. Upstairs, in the guest room of Number 4, Privet Drive, Harry Potter was sleeping in a proper bed for the first time he could remember, in a house that had chosen him, with a ward as old as his bloodline standing guard at every door and window. And in the morning, one of the most powerful wizards of the age was going to come to this house and discover that 6-year-olds could have leverage too, if the right things lined up. Arabella smiled to herself in the dark. She was looking forward to it, actually. She settled into Vernon's chair and listened to the ward breathe around her, and she stayed awake through the night because someone should, and because it was, at last, the right kind of watching. Chapter 3, The Headmaster's Visit. Dumbledore arrived at 7:30 in the morning, which was earlier than he'd said, and Arabella suspected this was deliberate. She'd been awake all night in Vernon's chair, which had not done her back any favors, and she heard the ward shift before she heard the knock, the same subtle but not subtle change in the quality of the hum, the house noticing something approaching its boundary. Not the casual noticing of Mrs. Figg's arrival yesterday evening. This was the noticing of something that recognized a significant magical presence and was deciding what to do about it. She got up, went to the window, and looked out. Albus Dumbledore stood on the front path of Number 4, Privet Drive, in robes of deep blue that somehow did not look entirely absurd on Privet Drive, because Dumbledore had the quality of making his context adjust to him rather than the reverse. His silver hair and beard caught the early morning light. He had his hands clasped behind his back and he was looking at the house with an expression Arabella recognized, the expression of a man recalibrating. She went to the foot of the stairs and called up, "Harry. He's here." A pause. Then, from above, the sounds of someone awake. She suspected he'd been awake for a while, because that was the kind of person he was, and then footsteps on the landing, and Harry appeared at the top of the stairs. He was wearing the same clothes as yesterday, which couldn't be helped. He'd washed his face and hands, his hair was its usual catastrophic self. He looked down at her and said, "Is he outside? On the path? Can he get in?" She thought about this honestly. "Not unless you let him." Harry came down the stairs one at a time, unhurried, and went to the kitchen. She followed. He put the kettle on. This seemed to be his version of preparation, making tea, which Arabella found she deeply respected, and then went to the kitchen window and looked out at the back garden for a moment, not at anything in particular, just looking. Settling himself. Then he went to the front door. Dumbledore was on the step. Up close, through the glass panel, the same glass panel through which Vernon had made his demands yesterday, he looked exactly as he did in the photographs Arabella had seen over the years, ancient in the way that mountains are ancient, carrying the weight of it without being crushed by it. Half-moon spectacles. Eyes that were a very particular shade of blue and did something complicated when they looked at you. They looked at Harry now, and Arabella, standing back in the hall, watched those eyes do something she hadn't seen them do in the 20 years she'd known this man. They went uncertain. Just for a moment. Just a flicker, gone before most people would have caught it. Harry caught it. She could tell by the slight shift in his posture, not a flinch, not a retreat, just a tiny recalibration, the kind you make when you've learned something useful. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore said, through the glass. His voice was warm, measured, with the quality of someone who'd spent decades learning exactly how much resonance to put behind words. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. "Not sir. Not hello." He'd used the title correctly, which meant Arabella had mentioned it, which meant he'd filed it and used it strategically. She felt a complicated pride. "May I come in?" Dumbledore asked. Harry looked at him through the glass for a moment. Then, "I have some questions first." Dumbledore's expression moved into something that wasn't quite surprise and wasn't quite amusement, something between the two. "Of course you do," he said. "Please ask them." "Arabella said you're someone important," Harry said. "What do you actually do?" "I am the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Dumbledore said, with the slight extra weight that meant he knew this should mean something and was watching to see if it did. It didn't, not yet. He continued, "I am also, in a less formal capacity, someone who made decisions about your life without consulting you, and who has come this morning in part to explain those decisions." Harry was quiet for a moment. "Arabella said you're someone who makes promises and means to keep them," he said. "But that the meaning and the keeping don't always match." Dumbledore looked over Harry's head at Arabella with an expression she couldn't entirely read. She met it without apology. "That," Dumbledore said, returning to Harry, "is perhaps the most accurate description of me I have ever heard." He paused. "Arabella is wise." "If I let you in," Harry said, "I need you to promise that you won't try to undo the ward." A pause. The morning was very quiet around them, birds and a distant car and the ward humming steady in the walls. Dumbledore looked at the door, looked at Harry, looked, she was sure of it, at the house itself, assessing it with the attention of someone who recognized what he was dealing with. "I promise," he said, "not to undo the ward without your knowledge and consent." "Without my knowledge and consent," Harry repeated, testing the construction of it. "That's different from promising not to undo it at all." "It is," Dumbledore said. "I won't lie to you by pretending to promise more than I can honestly promise. But I will tell you this, would require an exceptional reason to attempt it, and I would tell you first." Another pause, longer this time. The kettle had boiled in the kitchen, they could both hear it. Then Harry put his hand on the inside handle and opened the door. Dumbledore crossed the threshold. The ward closed around him like it had closed around Arabella, the assessing pressure, the weight of old magic considering a newcomer, but the ward's response to Dumbledore was different. With Arabella it had been neutral, a quiet assessment that had settled into acceptance. With Dumbledore it was more active, a genuine testing, and Harry tilted his head very slightly as though he heard something the rest of them didn't. "It's checking you," Harry said. "I can feel that," Dumbledore said. He had gone very still, not with the stillness of someone frozen but with the deliberate stillness of someone who's been tested by old magic before and knows that the correct response is to let it. "Remarkable," he said, quietly, and this time Arabella thought he wasn't performing for anyone. "The Potter family ward. I haven't felt anything like this in," he shook his head slightly. "Please excuse me a moment." He stood in the hallway of Number 4 and let the ward look at him, and after 30 seconds or so the hum settled back into its steady register and the particular pressure released. Dumbledore's shoulders dropped half an inch. "The kettle's boiled," Harry said, and went to make tea. Arabella watched Dumbledore watch Harry walk down the hall. She watched his face do the thing she'd been expecting, the thing that she'd hoped for but hadn't been certain of, the thing that was not strategy or calculation but something underneath those things, something that lived in the part of Albus Dumbledore that was still capable of being affected by what was actually in front of him. He looked old, suddenly, in a way that had nothing to do with his white hair. They went to the kitchen. Harry made 3 mugs of tea with the competent efficiency of someone who'd been making tea for adults since he was old enough to reach the kettle safely, which had probably been earlier than anyone had approved of. He put the mugs on the table and sat down and looked at Dumbledore expectantly. Dumbledore sat. He wrapped his hands around his mug. He looked at Harry across the kitchen table of Number 4, Privet Drive, and Harry looked back, and for a moment nobody said anything and Arabella had the strange sensation of watching something settle into its true shape, like a dislocated bone going back into its socket. "You have more questions," Dumbledore said. "What happened to my parents?" Harry said. No preamble. No working up to it. Arabella had expected this, he'd asked her last night, after all, but the directness of it still landed with a particular force. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Your parents were murdered. 5 years ago, on the 31st of October. They were killed by a dark wizard, a very powerful and very dangerous man who called himself Lord Voldemort." Harry didn't flinch at the name. Most adults flinched at the name. Harry just listened. "He came to your house," Dumbledore continued, steadily. "He killed your father first. Then he went upstairs to you, and your mother," he paused. "Just briefly. Your mother stood between you and him and refused to move. He killed her. And then he cast the killing curse at you. A silence. I'm alive, Harry said. Yes. Why? Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Because your mother loved you, he said. In a way that left a mark. She had the chance to step aside, to save herself, and she didn't. That love, that kind of love, freely chosen against every other option, created a protection around you that Voldemort's curse couldn't breach. It turned back on him. He was destroyed. Or very nearly destroyed. He exists still, somewhere, without a body, without most of his power. But he is not, for now, a present threat. Harry had gone very still. Not the frightened stillness, she recognized the other kind. The processing stillness. He was taking this apart and examining every piece of it. The car crash story, he said. Was a lie, Dumbledore said. I'm sorry for it. It was told to protect you from unwanted attention, but I recognize that the person most harmed by it was you. And you put me here, Harry said. Not accusatory. Factual. I did. Why here? Why the Dursleys? Your mother's blood, Dumbledore said. When Lily died, her love, the protection of it, anchored itself to her blood. To her sister. As long as you could call the place where her sister lives home, the protection would surround you. He gestured slightly at the house. This house. This family. Harry looked at the table for a moment. Then back at Dumbledore. So I had to be here. I believed you had to be here, Dumbledore said. I still believe it, though I'll acknowledge now that I was perhaps, he searched for the word. Insufficiently attentive to how here actually was. Arabella made a sound. Dumbledore glanced at her briefly. He slept in the cupboard, Harry said, pointing at the door under the stairs from this angle visible through the kitchen doorway. In case you were wondering what insufficiently attentive looked like in practice. The look that crossed Dumbledore's face was not pleasant to see. Not for Arabella, who'd caused part of it. She looked down at her tea. I know, Dumbledore said quietly. Arabella told me last night. I want you to know that I would not have permitted it had I known. Did you check? Harry asked. Did anyone come and look? A silence that answered the question completely. Right, Harry said. He wasn't angry about it, or rather the anger was there, she could see it, but it was the cold kind, the useful kind, the kind he kept in his chest like a stone and thought with rather than at. So what happens now? Dumbledore sat back slightly. He looked at Harry with the particular focus of someone revising their strategy in real time. That depends considerably on you, he said. The ward you've activated it's extraordinary, Harry. Family wards at this scale haven't been active in centuries. The Potter ward specifically has been dormant since your grandfather's time. It activating now, in response to you, at your age, he shook his head. I'll be honest with you. I wasn't expecting this. What does it mean that it activated? Harry asked. It means the magic recognized you as the Potter heir, in the fullest sense. Not just by blood, but by, he chose his words carefully. There's a component to these old wards that's about suitability. Worthiness, for want of a better word, though that sounds more mystical than it is. The ward was assessing whether the family's magical legacy should be fully accessible to its heir. It's activated, which means its answer was yes. He looked at Harry steadily. You have access, now, to things that have been in trust since your parents died. Properties. Accounts. And the family magic itself, the accumulated knowledge and power of the Potter line, which is a great deal. Harry absorbed this. Can I access any of it yet? Some of it, yes. To access all of it fully, accounts, properties, the legal inheritance, you'd need to go to Gringotts. The Goblin Bank. They handle wizarding estates, and they'd need to formally recognize your heir status. He paused. I would take you, if you're willing. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Arabella could see him weighing it, the offer, the person making the offer, the conditions. "If I go to Gringotts," he said, "will they tell me everything? Or only what you tell them to tell me?" The question sat in the kitchen like a physical object. Dumbledore's expression was very specific in that moment, not offended, but genuinely affected, the way a man is affected when a child finds the exact nerve. He said, carefully, "The goblins are entirely independent of my authority. They answer to goblin law, not to me. What they tell you will be governed by that law, which is thorough and does not make exceptions for the preferences of wizards." "So they'd tell me if money from my accounts had been spent on things," Harry said. Arabella set down her mug. "Yes," Dumbledore said. His voice had gone quieter. "They would tell you that." "I want to go," Harry said. "But I want to sort out some things here first." "Of course." Dumbledore waited. Harry put both hands around his mug and looked at the kitchen, really looked at it, the way he'd looked at the house yesterday, the careful inventory of someone who spent a long time not being allowed to see things straight on. "The ward is mine," he said. "The house is mine, I mean, the ward thinks it is, and according to you the protection depends on me thinking of it as home. So that gives me some leverage." He looked at Dumbledore. "I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to make sure I don't end up back in the cupboard." "You will not," Dumbledore said, with a firmness that Arabella recognized as genuine, "be going back into a cupboard. I can promise you that absolutely." "But the Dursleys have to come back," Harry said. "Not a question. The blood protection requires, I understand why they have to come back," Harry said. "I just need to know what's different. What stops it being the same as before?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said something Arabella hadn't heard from him in 20 years of knowing him. "What do you want, Harry? Tell me specifically, and I'll tell you what's possible." Harry looked at the table. He thought. Arabella had the sense of watching someone very carefully not rush, taking the time the question deserved. When he looked up, his expression was clear and specific. "A proper room," he said. "Not the cupboard. The small bedroom upstairs, Dudley has two, his room and the junk room. I want the junk room." He counted on his fingers, which was very 6-year-old of him in a way that made her chest hurt. "I want to eat meals with them. Not different food, not after them, but proper meals. I want to go to school. I want," he paused. "I want it written down. Whatever you agree to. Written down and official, so they can't just go back on it when you're not here." Dumbledore looked at him steadily. "Is that all?" "And I want to know about magic," Harry said. "I want books. I want to know what I can do and what I'm not supposed to do and why. I don't want to keep accidentally doing things without knowing what they are." "That," Dumbledore said, "is entirely reasonable. And I want Arabella to visit. Properly. Not," he glanced at her with the sideways smile from last night. "Not just the cats and the stale cake. Actual visits." Arabella felt her throat do something inconvenient. "Also entirely reasonable," Dumbledore said. He looked at Arabella with an expression she'd categorize as "I deserve that." She would tell him later that he had indeed deserved that and more. "All right," Harry said. He put his mug down. "Can you bring them back now? And we can sort it all out while I can still lock them out again if I need to." Dumbledore looked at Harry for a moment, and something in his face shifted. She'd seen him look at many things in many ways, but she hadn't seen him look at anything quite like this, with the particular combination of admiration and grief that the very old sometimes feel in the presence of the very young when the young have had to be too capable too soon. He reached into his robes and produced a small silver object, a two-way communication mirror, and said something into it. He put it away and looked at Harry. 10 minutes. Harry nodded. He got up and cleared the mugs, rinsed them, set them on the draining board. He straightened the kitchen chairs. He stood in the middle of his kitchen with his hands at his sides, and he looked like what he was, a small boy in too large clothes with a rope belt, and he also looked like something else, something Arabella thought she could feel more than see, the same quality as the ward, old and steady and extremely sure of itself. Dumbledore had brought the Dursleys from the Pocuses in a car that was not his, a ministry vehicle, quiet and dark, driven by a man in a suit who stayed in the car when the Dursleys got out and who Arabella recognized as a junior obliviator who was having a very confusing morning. She watched through the kitchen window as the Dursleys came up the front path. Vernon in front, his expression the particular shade of mortified fury of someone who has spent the night explaining their situation to a neighbor and hasn't been able to fully explain any of it. Petunia behind him, composed in the brittle way of someone who has decided that composure is the only weapon they have left. Dudley at the rear, eating a biscuit again, she suspected the Pocuses had fed him very well, and looking at the house with a complicated expression that might have been respect. Dumbledore was already at the front door. He'd gone to the hall while Harry stayed in the kitchen, which Harry had agreed to. "I don't need to be there for it," he'd said, "you can talk to them first, just don't agree to anything without me," and she stayed with Harry. They could hear it from the kitchen, at intervals. Vernon's voice, louder than necessary. Dumbledore's voice, quieter and absolutely immovable. Petunia saying something short and tight that silenced Vernon briefly. The front door opening, the ward letting them through, Harry's expression showing the moment he decided it, and then the sound of the Dursleys in their own house for the first time since yesterday morning. Vernon appeared in the kitchen doorway. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. "You," Vernon started. "Mr. Dursley," Dumbledore said, from behind him, with the tone of a man setting down something very heavy between two parties, "perhaps you'd like to sit down." Vernon looked at Dumbledore. He looked at Harry. He sat down. This was, Arabella reflected, possibly the most powerful thing she'd seen Dumbledore do, and it hadn't required a wand. Petunia came in. She looked at Harry with an expression that was doing too many things at once for Arabella to catalogue: surprise, something like assessment, and underneath both of those something ancient and personal that had nothing to do with Harry at all. She sat down across from Vernon, which put her across from Harry, and she looked at the surface of the table. Dudley stayed in the doorway. He looked at Harry. "Did you eat my mum's pasta salad?" he asked. "Yes," Harry said. Dudley considered this. "Was it good?" "Yes." Dudley seemed satisfied. He came in and sat at the table, still with his biscuit, the most philosophically flexible Dursley in the room. Dumbledore sat. Arabella stood by the counter. She was not part of this negotiation officially, she was a witness, which suited her fine. "I imagine," Dumbledore said, looking between Vernon and Petunia with the patient clarity of someone who's opened a great many difficult conversations, "that you have questions. I want to know how to make sure that never happens again," Vernon said, pointing at the general air of the house, presumably indicating the events of the previous day. "It won't happen again," Harry said. Everyone looked at him. He met their looks with the patience he'd been practicing his whole life. "Not like yesterday. I wasn't trying to lock you out. I was angry and it just happened. I've got more of a handle on it now." "Handle on it," Vernon repeated, like the words were individually offensive. "Magic," Harry said, pleasantly. "I have magic. I think we can all stop pretending I don't." Petunia's jaw tightened. But she said nothing, which was its own kind of seismic event. "What Harry has," Dumbledore said, "is an inheritance from his family, specifically the Potter family ward, which has been part of this property's magical foundation since before this house was built. Harry didn't choose to activate it, and he cannot simply switch it off. What he can do," he glanced at Harry. "What he has agreed to do, is manage it cooperatively. The ward doesn't have to interfere with your lives. But that requires a cooperative arrangement." "Cooperative," Vernon said. "With a 6-year-old. With the 6-year-old whose family magic currently holds the property and can lock you out of it, yes," Arabella said, from the counter. She wasn't sorry. "You put him up to this," Vernon said, looking at her. She didn't, Harry said. She told me to let you back in. I was the one who wanted conditions. Another silence. Dumbledore produced, from his robes, a scroll and a long quill, and set them on the table. The quill began writing on its own, which made Vernon's upper lip do something involuntary. He has a room, Vernon said. He has the cupboard, Dumbledore said, is a violation of several Muggle laws and every wizarding child protection statute. We will not be discussing the cupboard as a living arrangement again. Vernon went a color that Arabella would have described as approaching critical. It also says, Dumbledore continued, and now the scroll was filling with fine golden text, that Harry agrees to maintain the ward in a state that does not interfere with normal household function, to extend access to all family members who reside or visit here legitimately, and to reside in this house as his primary home for a minimum of 4 weeks each year. He set the quill down. The final clause protects the blood charm, Harry. That's why it needs to be there. Harry looked at the scroll. 4 weeks a year, he said. Not 12 months a year. Not 12 months a year, Dumbledore confirmed, and Arabella registered this with a private, intense relief, because it meant, finally, after years of her raising it and being overruled, that Harry was going to have somewhere else to be. Once you begin at Hogwarts, you'll spend most of the year there. When do I start? Harry asked. Normally at 11, Dumbledore said. But I think we can revisit that. He said it carefully, not a promise, but an opening. Harry looked at the scroll. He looked at Vernon. He looked at Petunia, who was still looking at the table. He said, to Petunia specifically, I'm not trying to make it bad. I just want it to be different. Petunia looked up. Her expression was difficult, full of things she'd been carrying for a long time, things that had nothing to do with Harry and everything to do with Lily, and the gap where Lily had been, and the way she'd filled that gap with a specific, controlled bitterness. She looked at Harry for a long moment, and then she said, very quietly, your mother used to say that too. The kitchen went very still. Did she? Harry said. Petunia looked back at the table. She'd say I'm not trying to make it difficult, Toonie, I just want things to be fair. From the time she was about your age. She stopped. She pressed her lips together. Signed it, then, she said, to Dumbledore, in a voice that had put itself back together with some effort. Vernon looked at Petunia. He looked at the scroll. He looked at the house that had locked him out, and the boy who'd let him back in, and the old man with the silver hair and the self-writing quill, and he made the calculation of someone who recognizes when they've run out of options. Fine, he said. The word landed like something dropped. Fine. But I want it clear that I'm doing this under protest. Noted, Dumbledore said. The quill wrote something at the bottom of the scroll in smaller letters. Arabella suspected it said exactly that. Both Dursleys signed. Harry signed, in the neat, careful handwriting of someone who taught himself from library books because he loved it. Dumbledore signed as witness. The scroll sealed itself with a small flash of gold and divided into 2 copies. Then Dumbledore looked at Harry over his spectacles and said, Gringotts. Are you still willing? Today? Harry asked. If you'd like. Harry looked down at himself. At Dudley's clothes. At the rope belt. I need to get changed first, he said. Except I don't have anything that's mine. The silence that followed had a particular quality. It was Dudley who broke it, which surprised everyone in the room, possibly including Dudley. He looked at Harry, then at his mother. He could have some of my stuff, he said. Some of the things from last year. They don't fit me anymore. Petunia looked at her son with an expression that was complicated and human and not entirely what Arabella expected from her. Yes, she said, after a moment. All right. So Harry Potter went to Gringotts for the first time in clothes that fit him, slightly too new and smelling of Dudley's wardrobe but clean and proper and the right size, and Arabella stood at the front door of number 4 and watched the ministry car take him and Dumbledore down Privet Drive and felt something in her chest that had been clenched for 3 years slowly, carefully begin to release. The house hummed behind her, steady and warm and patient. She went inside to make a fresh pot of tea. Chapter 4, Gringotts. The ministry car smelled of leather and something faintly chemical that Harry couldn't identify, and it moved through London traffic with a smoothness that suggested the driver was doing something to the other cars that Harry didn't have a name for yet. He sat in the back with Dumbledore and watched the city go past the windows. He'd never been to London, never been much of anywhere, and tried to file everything at once, which was too much, so he picked one thing at a time. The buildings first. He'd seen London in pictures, in school books, and the pictures hadn't done justice to the scale of it, the way the city kept producing more of itself around every corner. Then the people, the extraordinary variety of them, walking with the specific purposeful energy of people who had somewhere to be and were running slightly late. Then the river, when they crossed it, grey-green and wide and older than everything around it. Dumbledore had been quiet for most of the drive, which Harry appreciated. He wasn't the kind of quiet that expected filling, it was the comfortable quiet of someone who understood that new things needed looking at. "Have you been to London before?" Dumbledore asked, when they'd crossed the bridge. "No," Harry said. "What do you think of it?" Harry looked out at a street market, stalls selling things he couldn't identify from the car. "It's big," he said. "I thought I understood big from books." "I didn't." "No," Dumbledore agreed. "Books are very good at many things. Scale isn't really one of them." The car turned into a street Harry wouldn't have found on any map he'd ever seen. He was certain of this, because the street they'd been on had been perfectly ordinary, and then they were somewhere else, and the transition had been smooth enough that he'd almost missed it. He filed this too. The leaky cauldron was dark and smelled of something yeasty and warm and old, and the people in it were, Harry took them in quickly, efficiently, not ordinary. Not in any way he could put his finger on immediately, not in anything as simple as their clothes, though the clothes were something, but in a more fundamental sense, the sense of people who were used to a different geography of the world. Several of them looked at Harry and then looked again, their expressions doing the thing that grown-up expressions did when they were trying not to do anything. He touched the scar on his forehead without thinking about it. Then stopped. "They know who I am," he said to Dumbledore, quietly, as they walked through. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I'm sorry. Your name is known in this world. It will get easier, in time, to navigate. Or I'll get better at ignoring it," Harry said. "That too," Dumbledore said. "That may in fact be more useful." The passage through the leaky cauldron's back wall was the best thing Harry had seen so far, and he'd seen the Thames. Dumbledore tapped the bricks in a sequence and the wall opened, peeling back from itself like a flower doing something flowers didn't do, and Diagon Alley was there. Harry stopped walking. He stood in the archway and looked at it, really looked at it, the way he'd looked at the house, the way he looked at everything worth looking at, and the sensation was of a door he hadn't known existed opening into a room he'd been looking for without knowing he was looking. There were people, dozens of them, hundreds maybe, moving with the easy confidence of people in their own world. There were shops, their signs doing things that signs didn't normally do. There were owls in cages and cats on leads and something in a covered cart that made a sound like a brass instrument having an argument. There was color and noise and magic, overt and unashamed, right out in the air. "All right?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes," Harry said. He meant it. He started walking. Diagon Alley moved around them as they went, people stepping aside for Dumbledore with the automatic deference of long habit, then catching sight of Harry beside him and doing the looking and looking again thing, and Harry kept his eyes forward and walked with his shoulders level because he'd learned a long time ago that the way you moved through a space told the space what to expect from you. Gringotts appeared at the end of the alley like something that had decided to be impressive on purpose, which it had. White stone, massive, with the solemnity of a building that had been here for a very long time and did not intend to stop. Guards at the door. Harry took them in without letting his face react, because the guards were not human, and everything he believed about what was human was currently being revised, and he needed a moment for the revision. Goblins, Dumbledore said, quietly, beside him. Right, Harry said. They are the finest bankers in the world and have been for 7 centuries. They are also, he chose his words. They are their own world, with their own laws and their own pride, and they are owed the respect that any world commands. Treat them accordingly and you'll be fine. Harry nodded. He walked up the steps. One of the goblin guards looked at him directly, with eyes that were very dark and very old and held the quality of something that had assessed a great many things over a very long career. Harry met the look steadily and nodded, a small, precise nod. The guard's expression shifted, barely, in a way Harry interpreted as acknowledgement. They went through the first doors, and the second doors, and into the main hall of Gringotts. Harry didn't stop walking this time, but it was a near thing. The hall was enormous in the way that the word enormous didn't fully cover, the ceiling vaulted so high it had its own weather in the upper reaches, the chandeliers hanging at intervals like small suns. Goblins at the counters, dozens of them, moving with the efficiency of creatures who'd been doing this for centuries and had refined it to something close to art. The clink of coins and the scratch of quills and the deeper, structural sound of something mechanical somewhere below ground, lifts, maybe, or something the lifts ran on. Dumbledore went to the nearest counter. The goblin behind it looked up with the expression of someone who had been expecting this visit. Albus Dumbledore, the goblin said. And the dark eyes moved to Harry. Something happened in them. Not surprise, goblins, Harry suspected, did not surprise easily, but a recognition, deep and specific. Harry James Potter. Yes, Harry said. The goblin held his look for a moment, then spoke a name, sideways, to another goblin who'd been working at a ledger nearby. That goblin looked up, looked at Harry, and then stood and went quickly through a door that appeared in the wall behind the counters and had not, Harry was fairly sure, been there a moment ago. Ragnarok will see you, the counter goblin said. Please wait. Dumbledore glanced at Harry. Harry had the impression this was faster than usual. The goblin who returned through the wall door was older than the others, which was visible not in his face but in his carriage, the way he moved, with the particular authority of something long established. He was dressed differently too, not in the counter clerk's clothes but in something darker, with a chain of office that had the look of something genuinely old. Mr. Potter, he said. He did not address Dumbledore first. Harry noted this. Ragnarok, Dumbledore said, with genuine respect. Thank you for seeing us. It is not every decade that the primary heir of one of the oldest wizarding families comes to claim their inheritance, Ragnarok said. Particularly not at 6 years of age. He looked at Harry again, and this time Harry saw something in the goblin's expression that he recognized, because he'd felt it himself, examining the symbol on the anchor stone. It was the expression of someone encountering something that confirmed a long-held belief. Come, Ragnarok said. They followed him through the door in the wall, which led to a corridor, then a room, then another room, and the rooms got progressively less public and more specific, until they were in an office that looked like it had grown organically from the rock of the building itself, stone walls, stone floor, a desk of dark wood covered in documents and objects that Harry looked at carefully without touching anything. There were bookshelves. There were things in cases that gave off light of colors Harry didn't have names for. And on the wall behind Ragnarok's chair, a crest, circular, layered, with a design Harry recognized in his bones before his eyes finished processing it. The Potter family crest. Variant of the symbol in the anchor stone. He looked at it for a moment, then sat down in the chair Ragnarok indicated, next to Dumbledore's chair, and looked at the goblin across the desk. The ward activated yesterday, Ragnarok said. He said it as a statement, not a question. Yes, Harry said. We felt it, Ragnarok said. The anchor wards of the old families are connected to the Gringotts network, legacy of an old treaty between the goblins and the Wizengamot. When a Potter family ward activates, we are notified. He set his hands flat on the desk, a goblin gesture Harry didn't know the meaning of yet but filed. "We have been waiting, Mr. Potter, for someone to come and sit in that chair for 5 years. What happens now that I'm here?" Harry asked. "Several things." Ragnarok opened a drawer and produced a stone, small, flat, dark gray, with a quality of depth to it that made it look larger than it was. He set it on the desk between them. "First, we confirm your identity formally. Beyond blood, beyond name. The Potter accounts are sealed at the highest level, sealed at Lily and James Potter's request, shortly before their deaths. To access them, the heir must be confirmed by goblin verification." "What does that involve?" Harry asked. "A drop of blood on the stone," Ragnarok said. "The stone will tell us everything your blood knows about itself." Harry looked at the stone. He looked at Dumbledore, who said, "It's painless, and entirely voluntary. You don't have to do it today." "What happens if I don't do it today?" "The accounts remain sealed," Ragnarok said. "As they have been for 5 years. Harry looked back at the stone. He thought about the scroll this morning, his signature in careful handwriting, the gold text, the copy he'd kept. He thought about doing things today that had been left undone for too long. He put his right hand out, palm up. "All right." Ragnarok produced a very small instrument, not quite a needle, something more precise than that, and touched it to Harry's index finger. A single drop of blood fell onto the stone. The stone lit up from the inside, the same amber color as the house yesterday, and Harry felt it in his fingertip first, then up his arm, then in his chest, a recognition that went both ways simultaneously, him knowing the stone knowing him. It lasted about 4 seconds and then settled, the light becoming steady and warm. Ragnarok looked at what the light was showing, reading it the way you'd read a page, quickly and with expertise. His expression stayed controlled, but something behind his eyes sharpened. "Harry James Potter," he said, formally. "Son of James Charles Potter and Lily Josephine Potter, née Evans. Primary heir and sole surviving member of the most ancient and noble house of Potter." He looked up. "The accounts are now unsealed. What's in them?" Harry asked. Ragnarok opened a folder that appeared to have been prepared in advance, which meant the goblins had been expecting this visit more specifically than just eventually. He laid 3 sheets on the desk. Harry leaned forward to look. The numbers on the first sheet were large enough that it took him a moment to count the digits. He counted them twice. "Is that right?" he asked. "That is the primary vault total, yes," Ragnarok said. "In galleons. The secondary vault, your parents' personal effects, books, heirlooms, is separate. The estate vault, which covers properties and land holdings, is a third accounting." "Properties," Harry said. "Plural. The Potter family has held property in Britain since the 12th century, Ragnarok said, with the tone of someone who finds this entirely unremarkable. The primary residence, Potter's Hollow in Godric's Hollow, was damaged in the events of October 1981 and has been sealed since. There are 3 other properties in various states of use and maintenance. All are currently managed by the Gringotts Estate Division under the terms of the sealed trust." Dumbledore was very quiet beside Harry. Harry glanced at him once, his face was composed, attentive, giving nothing away, and then looked back at Ragnarok. "You said the accounts were sealed at my parents' request," Harry said. "What does that mean, practically? Who's had access since they died?" Ragnarok looked at him with an expression Harry was coming to recognize as the goblin equivalent of respect. Under the terms of the seal, no withdrawals could be made from the primary vault without heir confirmation. The trust account, a separate operational fund established for your care and maintenance, was accessible to the designated guardian. "Which is who?" Harry asked. "Albus Dumbledore," Ragnarok said. Harry looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore met his gaze. "I designated your aunt and uncle as physical guardians," he said. "The financial guardianship remained with me to ensure the funds were used appropriately." "And were they?" Harry asked. The trust account, Ragnarok said, in the tone of someone who has been waiting patiently to arrive at this point, disbursed a monthly stipend of 50 galleons to Vernon and Petunia Dursley, beginning November 1981, designated for Harry Potter's care, maintenance, clothing, food, and education. 50 galleons a month. For 5 years. Harry did the arithmetic. He'd done the arithmetic the night before in Dudley's old guest room. Actually, he'd lain awake and done it, because the night Arabella had said stipend he'd filed it and waited. 3,000 galleons, Harry said. Approximately. 3,050, Ragnarok said. Harry looked at his hands in Dudley's old clothes. The ones that had fit him this morning because they were last year's and Dudley had grown. He thought about the rope belt. He thought about the bread and cheese and grapes dinner, the stale cake at Arabella's, the school lunches he was entitled to but received at the discretion of how well he'd behaved that morning. He looked at Dumbledore. Did you know? I knew a stipend was disbursed, Dumbledore said carefully. I did not, I was not checking how it was used. I trusted, he stopped. He said, more quietly, I trusted, and I should not have trusted without verifying. That was a failure on my part, and I won't minimize it. Harry looked at him for a long moment. The cold anger was there, very present, but it was doing what it did, sitting at the bottom of his chest and being useful rather than explosive. What can I do about it? He asked Ragnarok. The disbursements were legal under the terms of the trust, Ragnarok said. You cannot recover them retroactively. He paused. However, now that you are confirmed as primary heir, the trust account is now under your authority. Future disbursements, including any allowance for your care and maintenance, will be audited by Gringotts directly. He looked at Harry steadily. Nothing will leave your accounts without your knowledge. Can I change the designated guardian? Harry asked. Dumbledore made a very small sound. You can designate a co-guardian, Ragnarok said. Under Goblin law, as you are a minor, you cannot be your own sole financial guardian. But you can add or replace authorized parties. Harry thought about this. He thought about the scroll this morning, signed and witnessed, Dumbledore's careful wording of promises that almost contained what they needed to contain. He thought about without your knowledge and consent rather than not at all, and how Dumbledore had been honest enough not to promise more than he meant. I want Gringotts to audit everything, Harry said. As co-guardian. Every transaction, every disbursement, everything. I want to know. Ragnarok looked at him with something that was definitely the goblin version of satisfaction. That can be arranged. Dumbledore accepted this without objection, which was the most important thing he'd done all morning, Harry decided. The secondary vault, Harry said. My parents' things. Can I see them? Ragnarok glanced at Dumbledore briefly, a professional look, checking something, then returned to Harry. The vault can be accessed today, yes. I would note, he paused, choosing his words with care. Your parents were thorough people. They left things in order. There are letters. The room was quiet for a moment. Letters, Harry said. To you, Ragnarok said. In the event that they did not survive. Harry was very still. He was 6 years old and he was sitting in a goblin's office in a bank under London being told that his parents had written him letters and had done it before they died because they'd known they might and had wanted to reach him anyway, and he sat with that for a long moment without moving because it was very large and he needed to hold it carefully. I'd like to see the vault, he said. His voice was steady. The vault was not reached by walking. It was reached by cart, down into the earth on tracks that turned and plunged with the enthusiasm of something that had never had to answer to health and safety legislation, and Harry held the edge of the cart and felt the wind and watched the dark tunnel walls flash past and felt something loosen in his chest that he hadn't known was tight, the simple physical exhilaration of speed, the uncomplicated pleasure of going somewhere new at considerable velocity. The cart stopped. The vault was a door, massive, set into the rock face, covered in symbols that Harry's eyes went to with the same pull as the anchor stone symbols. Ragnock spoke to it in a language that had the quality of something very old, and the door opened. Inside, shelves. Boxes, carefully labeled. Furniture wrapped in cloth. Books, more books than Harry had ever seen in one room, stacked with the ordered love of people who cared about them. Objects under glass domes, objects wrapped in protective material, objects standing freely because they didn't need protection. Photographs in frames, and Harry walked slowly past these, James Potter tall and dark-haired and grinning, Lily Potter red-haired and sharp-eyed and laughing, both of them separately and together and in groups with people Harry didn't know yet. And at the end, on a shelf at exactly his height because this too had been prepared, arranged in order and labeled in handwriting he didn't know but recognized as careful and deliberate, 7 envelopes. One for each birthday he hadn't had yet, labeled Harry, age 6, Harry, age 7, through to Harry, age 12, and one labeled simply Harry, when you're ready. He stood in front of them for a long time. He took the one labeled Harry, age 6. He turned it over. On the back, in the same handwriting, from Mum and Dad. We love you. We're so sorry we're not there. His hands were completely steady. The rest of him was doing things he didn't have vocabulary for yet, things that were bigger than the cupboard, bigger than Privet Drive, bigger than 3,050 galleons dispersed to people who'd fed him stale cake. Things that were about the specific shape of the absence, the exact dimensions of what he'd never had. He put the letter carefully in the pocket of Dudley's old jacket. He'd read it later, somewhere private. The books, he said, turning back to where Dumbledore and Ragnock waited near the door. Can I take some? Everything in this vault belongs to you, Ragnock said. You may take whatever you wish. He looked at the shelves. He picked carefully, books on the history of magic, one on family ward specifically that was old enough that its cover didn't have words on it, just the layered symbol, and one on wandless magic that he found by accident and took without quite deciding to. A photograph of his parents, from the shelf of frames, one where they were sitting somewhere outdoors and his mother was looking at the camera and his father was looking at his mother, and neither of them knew they were being photographed. He put them in a bag that Ragnock produced, which was very small on the outside and didn't seem to be on the inside, and he didn't comment on this because he was learning that comments weren't always necessary. The ride back up was faster than the ride down. At the top, back in the corridor outside Ragnock's office, Ragnock stopped them. Mr. Potter, he said. Harry turned. Ragnock looked at him with those dark, old eyes. The Potter family has held an account with Gringotts for 412 years, he said. In that time, no Potter has activated the family ward before the age of 18. The ward chooses its moment carefully. He paused. The ward chose you at 6. What does that mean? Harry asked. It means, Ragnock said, that the magic considers you ready. Goblins take the opinion of old magic seriously. He inclined his head, fractionally. You are welcome at Gringotts, Mr. Potter. At any time. The staff will know you. Harry inclined his head back, the same fraction, because the gesture seemed to warrant matching. Thank you, he said. For all of it. Ragnock looked, briefly and completely, satisfied. In the corridor back to the main hall, Dumbledore walked beside Harry without speaking for a moment. Then he said, You have questions. I always have questions, Harry said. I'm going to ask you one and I want you to think before you answer. All right. Did you know they left me letters? A pause. They walked. Yes, Dumbledore said. And you didn't think to give them to me. I didn't think you were ready, Dumbledore said. He said it with the specific weight of someone who knows as they're saying it that it will not land well, and is saying it anyway because it's true. I know how that sounds. It sounds, Harry said, carefully, like you made a decision about what I was ready for without asking me. Like you made a lot of decisions about what I was ready for without asking me. Yes, Dumbledore said. I did. Are you going to keep doing that? They reached the door to the main hall. Dumbledore stopped and looked down at Harry with those blue eyes that did complicated things, and Harry looked back at him with the steady green ones that did nothing complicated at all. "I'll try not to," Dumbledore said. "I won't promise I'll succeed. But I'll try." "That's honest," Harry said. "I'm trying to be that too," Dumbledore said. Harry nodded, once. He went through the door. The main hall of Gringotts was as loud and busy as it had been on the way in, the clink and scratch and mechanical deep note of it, goblins at counters and wizards in various states of financial interaction, and Harry moved through it with the bag over his shoulder and his hand in his pocket around the letter and his eyes open. A witch at one of the counters looked at him, started, and said, in a stage whisper that was not quite private enough, "Is that?" Harry looked at her, directly, pleasantly, and kept walking. She turned back to her counter in a hurry. Outside, on the white steps in the afternoon sun of Diagon Alley, Harry stood and breathed for a moment. The alley was busier than it had been this morning, more people, more noise, more owls, the smell of something being cooked somewhere that was very good. Dumbledore stood beside him and waited. "The books on family wards," Harry said. "The ones I took. Are there more? Things I should be reading?" "Many things," Dumbledore said. "I can compile a list. Age appropriate, for now, but not condescendingly limited. You've earned more than that." "I want to understand what I can do," Harry said. "Not just the ward. Everything." "I know," Dumbledore said. He said it simply, without qualification, and Harry heard in it something he filed carefully in a new category, the sound of someone beginning to actually try. "There is a bookshop here," Dumbledore said. "Flourish and blots. Would you like to go?" Harry looked down the alley. He had, according to Ragnarok's paperwork, an enormous amount of money and the legal right to spend it. He had a bag with books from his parents' vault and a letter in his pocket he hadn't opened yet. He was 6 years old in Diagon Alley in the afternoon sun with a world he'd never known existing around him in every direction, and the ward was still humming, he could feel it even from here, like a string pulled tight and resonating, the house at the end of it, the anchor stone in the cellar, his, all of it his. "Yes," he said. "And then I want to find a wand." Dumbledore looked at him over his spectacles. "Wands are generally provided at age 11, when, you said the ward considers me ready," Harry said. "Ragnarok said the ward chooses carefully. And I can already do wandless magic, I've been doing it by accident for years. I'd rather start learning what I'm doing before I accidentally do more of it." He looked at Dumbledore. "Also you said you weren't going to keep deciding what I was ready for without asking me." A pause. "That was," Dumbledore said, quite quickly deployed. "I remembered it carefully," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him for another moment. Then something happened in his expression, something genuine, something that had nothing to do with strategy or management or greater goods, something that was just an old man finding something delightful in an afternoon that had already contained a great deal. He laughed. It was a real laugh, short and warm, and Harry looked at him and felt the complicated feeling he was developing about Dumbledore, frustration and something like trust and the awareness that the two could coexist, that people could earn both simultaneously. "Ollivanders," Dumbledore said, "is at the end of the alley. We'll stop at Flourish and Blots on the way." Harry walked beside him down Diagon Alley, in borrowed clothes with his mother's letter in his pocket and his father's books on his back and the ward humming distantly at the end of a thread that connected him to a house that had chosen him over everyone who'd been trying to own it, and he felt the cold stone in his chest, not gone, not yet, but warmer, smaller, less alone in the dark. He stopped at a sweet shop window, briefly, looking at the display. He'd never been bought sweets. Dudley got sweets regularly, on the principle that Dudley liked them. "Go in," Dumbledore said, from behind him. "Get whatever you want." Harry went in. He got an unreasonable amount of things, because he could, and because he'd been owed them for 6 years, and because the woman behind the counter recognized him and looked like she wanted to say something and he gave her his best polite smile and she put an extra chocolate frog in the bag instead. He ate 3 things on the walk to Flourish and Blots and saved the rest, and when Dumbledore looked at the bag with raised eyebrows, Harry said, "I'm sharing them with Arabella," which was true and also not the complete truth, and Dumbledore seemed to understand both parts. Flourish and Blots was the best room Harry had ever stood in. He spent 45 minutes in it, which was 45 minutes less than he wanted, and came out with 8 books and a list he'd written on the back of his receipt of another 14 he'd noted for later. Ollivander's was narrow and dark and smelled of wood shavings and something else, something that had the same quality as the anchor stone, old and precise and aware. The man behind the counter was very pale with large silver eyes and the manner of someone who had been doing one specific thing for a very long time and had achieved a relationship with it that went beyond expertise into something more like devotion. He looked at Harry and said, "I wondered when you'd come in." "Did you know my parents?" Harry asked. "I sold them their wands," Ollivander said. "James Potter, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Very good for transfiguration." He paused. "Lily Potter, willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Excellent for charms. Superb for protective magic." He looked at Harry's hands. "You are young." "Everyone keeps saying that," Harry said. "It's accurate," Ollivander said, without apology. "You are also, if the ward activation reached us this far, and it did, Mr. Potter, wards of that age make themselves felt, considerably more than simply young." He looked at Dumbledore, who said nothing, and then back at Harry. "Let us see what matches you." What followed was an hour that Harry enjoyed enormously and Dumbledore observed with an expression of contained astonishment that Harry noted without commenting on. 41 wands were tried. 41 wands were replaced in their boxes by Ollivander with the quiet, precise regret of someone returning something that almost worked. On the 42nd, Harry felt it in the same place he felt the ward, in his chest, in his hands, a recognition that ran both ways, him finding the wand and the wand finding him. "Holly," Ollivander said, very quietly, looking at Harry with an expression that had gone somewhere private and complicated. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core." He paused. "The phoenix whose feather sits in your wand gave only one other feather." "Only one other, Mr. Potter. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry looked down at the wand in his hand. It was warm. Steady. It felt like the ward felt, like something old recognizing something it had been waiting to recognize. "Who has the brother wand?" Harry asked. Ollivander looked at him for a long time. "Someone who is currently not a present threat," he said carefully, "but who will not always be what he currently is." Harry absorbed this. He looked at the wand. He thought about the ward and the anchor stone and primary air and 3,050 galleons and a letter in his pocket from his mother and father who'd known they might die and had written to him anyway, and he thought about what not a present threat meant as a category, and what will not always be meant as a timeline. He put the wand in his pocket, carefully, in the way of someone who intends to keep something. "How much?" he asked. "For the son of James and Lily Potter," Ollivander said, 7 galleons. The standard rate. Your parents paid the same. Harry paid. He was meticulous about it, counting out the galleons from the small leather pouch Ragnarok had provided, his own money, his first deliberate transaction from his own accounts, and he set them on the counter and looked at Ollivander. "Thank you," he said. "For taking the time." Ollivander looked at him with those silver eyes. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter," he said. "I merely introduced them." He paused. "Though I will say, the wand seems very confident about this one." Harry walked out of Ollivander's into the Diagon Alley afternoon, with the wand in his pocket and the books on his back and the letter over his heart and Dumbledore beside him. The alley was quieter now, the afternoon getting long, the light going gold on the cobblestones. "Ready to go back?" Dumbledore asked. Harry thought about going back. He thought about number 4, the signed scroll, Arabella in Vernon's armchair, the small bedroom upstairs that was going to be his. He thought about the anchor stone in the cellar and the ward in the walls and the way the house had felt when he'd walked through it yesterday, all of it, for the first time. "Yes," he said. He started walking. Behind him, Diagon Alley continued its business, and ahead of him, the ministry car waited, and at the end of the drive home, a house that hummed his name. Chapter 5. The new arrangement. The drive back from London took longer than the drive in, because the evening traffic was doing what London evening traffic did, which was to become a philosophical problem rather than a practical one. Harry sat in the back of the ministry car with the bag of books across his lap and the wand in his pocket and the letter still unopened against his chest, and watched the city thin out into suburbs and then into the particular nowhere of motorway driving, and thought. Dumbledore, beside him, had produced a small book from his robes and was reading it, or appeared to be. Harry had noticed that Dumbledore's relationship with appearing was complicated. He appeared to be doing one thing while actually doing another with enough frequency that Harry had started tracking it. Right now the book's pages hadn't turned in 20 minutes, which meant he was thinking, not reading, and the thinking was almost certainly about Harry. Harry let him think. He had his own thinking to do. The letter was the main thing. It had been in his pocket all afternoon, through Flourish and Blots, through Ollivanders, through the sweet shop, and he'd been aware of it the whole time the way you're aware of something that requires the right moment. On the cart down to the vault, he'd felt it through the jacket fabric. Signing the verification documents in Ragnarok's office, he'd felt it. He felt it now. He wasn't ready yet. He knew this without drama or anxiety. He'd be ready at some point and then he'd read it and that was fine. He looked out the window at the motorway and thought instead about the other things, the more immediately practical things. The scroll this morning and its terms. Dudley's old clothes and the room he'd be moving into. The 3,050 galleons and what they told him about how things had been run. The way Vernon had looked when he signed the scroll, not beaten, exactly, but recalibrated, the way someone looks when they've revised their estimate of a situation and aren't entirely happy with the revision. The Dursleys were going to be difficult. He didn't say this to himself with anger or resignation, just as a fact, the same category as the motorway has traffic or the ward is old. The scroll would hold them on the major things, the room, the meals, the visits, but the scroll wasn't going to change what Vernon thought, and what Vernon thought had a way of expressing itself in small daily actions that didn't technically violate any written agreement. He'd deal with that when it came up. He was good at dealing with things when they came up. He'd been practicing his whole life. The ministry car turned onto the A road that would eventually become Privet Drive, and Harry felt the ward before he could have reasonably felt it, the thread tightening, the distant hum getting closer and warmer. He shifted in his seat, which was the most physical response he allowed himself, and Dumbledore's book pages finally turned, which Harry suspected was a coincidence, or possibly not. "Before we go in," Harry said. Dumbledore looked up. "The scroll terms," Harry said. "When you explain them to the Dursleys, specifically the room, I want Vernon to clean it out himself. Not me. Him." Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. "Is that important to you?" "Yes." "May I ask why?" Harry thought about how to explain it. "Because for 6 years, every job in that house has been mine," he said. "Cleaning, cooking, garden, all of it. I don't mind work. But that room needs to become mine, and if I'm the one who cleans it out and sets it up, it'll feel like another chore I was given. If Vernon does it," he paused. "Then it means something different." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "That's a very precise understanding of what home means," he said. "I've had time to think about it," Harry said. The car turned into Privet Drive. Number 4 was exactly as they'd left it. Harry wasn't sure what he'd expected, some visible difference, but the house looked the same, the ward invisible to anything but his chest where it sat constant and warm. Arabella's light was on inside, visible through the sitting-room window. Dumbledore paid the driver. Harry noted this, noted the amount, filed it, and they went up the path. Harry put his hand on the door and felt the ward acknowledge him, and opened it. The Dursleys were in the sitting room. All 3 of them, in a configuration that suggested they'd been waiting, Vernon on his chair, Petunia on the sofa with her posture that she used for enduring things, Dudley on the floor in front of the television, which was on but muted. Arabella was in the armchair by the window, and she looked up when Harry came in with an expression of someone who had been managing the room for several hours and was glad to be relieved. "Good trip?" she asked. "Very productive," Dumbledore said, coming in behind Harry. Vernon stood up, reflexively, the way Vernon stood up when he was preparing to have authority in a situation. He looked at Harry, then at the bag on Harry's shoulder, then at Dumbledore. "I want to get this sorted tonight," he said. "Whatever we're sorting. I want to know exactly what's happening." "Excellent," Dumbledore said, pleasantly. "So do I. Perhaps we could all sit down." Harry put his bag by the stairs and went and sat in the remaining armchair, the smaller one, not Vernon's, and watched the room arrange itself. Dumbledore took the sofa end nearest to Petunia, which Harry thought was deliberate, because Petunia was more tractable than Vernon and positioning conversation so she could participate easily usually worked in everyone's favor. "The scroll you signed this morning is a binding magical document," Dumbledore began, with the measured clarity of someone who knows exactly which information needs to land first. "It will be held in the Gringotts Estate Archive for the Potter accounts, and any violation of its terms will be flagged automatically." He looked at Vernon. "You should understand that flagged in this context means that Gringotts will notify both the Potter estate manager, who is now Harry, and the Ministry of Magic's Family Protection Office. The Ministry takes a dim view of violations of word-witnessed agreements." Vernon's jaw worked. "I understand what I signed." "I'm sure you do," Dumbledore said, in the tone that meant he wasn't sure at all but wasn't going to argue about it. "What I'd like to discuss this evening is the practical arrangement. Specifically, the question of the room." He looked at Vernon. "The scroll specifies that Harry is to have a proper bedroom, the smaller room currently used by Dudley for storage. I'd like to establish that Dudley's belongings will be cleared from that room by tomorrow morning." "By tomorrow," Vernon started. "Vernon," Petunia said. Vernon looked at her. She was looking at the window, not at him, but there was something in the line of her jaw that communicated a direction, and Vernon, for all his bluster, had been married to Petunia long enough to know which directions were non-negotiable. "Fine," Vernon said. "Tomorrow morning." "I'd like you to clear it," Harry said. Everyone looked at him. He looked at Vernon. "The scroll says I get the room. It doesn't say anything about who moves the boxes. I'd like it to be you." The room was very quiet for a moment. Vernon's face did several things in quick succession, traveling through indignation towards something that Harry watched carefully, because the destination mattered. It landed on, not acceptance, not quite, but the recognition that he was in a situation where refusing was more costly than complying, which was a different thing from acceptance but functioned similarly in the short term. "Fine," Vernon said again. The word was getting more compressed each time he used it. "Thank you," Harry said. Dudley, from the floor, without looking up from the muted television, said, "I'll help." Harry looked at him. Dudley shrugged one shoulder, still looking at the screen. "It's my stuff. I know where it goes." This was, Harry decided, the most continuously surprising day of his life. "Thank you, Dudley," he said. Dumbledore produced the second copy of the scroll from his robes and laid it on the coffee table, and they went through it clause by clause, which took 40 minutes and was sometimes tense and occasionally tedious and at one point required Arabella to say Vernon, "Read it again, it says equivalent in quality and quantity," which means if Dudley has pudding, Harry has pudding in the tone of someone explaining something very simple to someone who is being deliberately slow about understanding it. By the time they finished, the evening had gone properly dark outside and Petunia had made tea, which she'd done without being asked, which Harry noted as a data point he didn't fully know what to do with yet. She'd made it for everyone, including Harry, and made his the way he'd been making it for himself since yesterday morning, strong, with milk, which meant she'd noticed, which meant she'd been paying attention, which was a category he was still assembling. Dumbledore accepted his tea and looked around the sitting room of Number 4 with an expression Harry had started being able to read, the one that meant he was seeing several things simultaneously, the present arrangement and the past arrangement and the gap between them. "I have something for you," Dumbledore said to Harry. "I should have had it for you years ago. I'll acknowledge that plainly." He reached into his robes. Harry was starting to understand that Dumbledore's robes were essentially a very large bag with better tailoring, and produced a square, flat package wrapped in brown paper. He held it out. Harry took it. It was lighter than it looked. He unwrapped it. Inside, a photograph in a frame, not a still one. Moving, the way photographs in the magical world moved. His mother and father, young, both of them, in what looked like a garden, and they were laughing at something off-frame, and his mother kept glancing at the camera with the expression of someone who knows they're being photographed and doesn't mind, and his father had his arm around her shoulders, and both of them were vivid and real and alive in the particular way of photographs that had caught people in an unguarded moment. "It was in my office," Dumbledore said quietly. "It should have been with you." Harry looked at the photograph. His parents' faces moved and laughed and existed in the frame, unaware that they were being looked at by someone who'd spent his whole life not having them. He said, "Thank you." He meant it without qualification, which was a thing he didn't often do with Dumbledore. He took the photograph upstairs and put it on the shelf in Dudley's old guest room, which was his room now, and looked at it for a moment, his parents laughing in their silent loop, and then went back downstairs. Dumbledore left at 9. He shook Harry's hand at the door, an adult handshake, formal, which Harry matched, and said, in a low voice, meant only for Harry, "I'll come in a fortnight to check in. You have the means to reach me if you need to before then." He'd given Harry a small disc of silver during the vault visit, a communication device, two-sided. And Harry, yes. Dumbledore looked at him with those blue eyes, doing their complicated things. "The ward. The anchor stone. There are books in your parents' vault. I noticed you took one on family wards. Read it. But if you have questions about what you're feeling, what the ward is doing, don't try to manage it entirely on your own. It's very old and very powerful and you're very young. Will you agree to ask for help when you need it?" Harry considered this. "Will you agree to actually tell me things when I ask?" "Yes," Dumbledore said. Without qualification. Harry filed this. "Then yes," Harry said. "I'll ask." Dumbledore walked down the path, and the ministry car took him back to wherever Dumbledore went, and Harry closed the front door and stood in the hall of Number 4 with the ward humming around him. The Dursleys were quiet, he could hear Petunia in the kitchen, water running, the sound of washing up. Vernon's television, the news. Dudley had gone up to bed. Harry stood in the hall for a moment and let himself feel the house, the full scope of it, every room registering through the ward-like notes on an instrument he was still learning to play. He went to the kitchen. Petunia was at the sink, her back to the door. She was washing the tea things with the precise, economical movements of someone who'd done it thousands of times. She didn't turn around when he came in, but she didn't tighten up either, which was something. "Thank you for the tea," Harry said. "Earlier." Petunia was quiet for a moment, water running. "It was only tea," she said. "I know," Harry said. He went to the table and sat down. "Arabella told me my mum was kind." The water stopped. Petunia stood with her back to him for a moment longer. Then she turned, and dried her hands on the kitchen towel, and her face was doing the complicated thing it had done in the kitchen this morning, too many things at once, none of them simple, and he looked at her and waited because he'd gotten good at waiting and because the thing her face was doing seemed like it needed space to sort itself. "She was," Petunia said. Short, definitive, the way she said things she didn't want to say but couldn't make herself lie about. "She sounds like she was worth knowing," Harry said. Petunia looked at him. He met the look. He wasn't trying to do anything with it, not accuse her or soften her or arrive at some resolution that would make the last 6 years make sense. He was just being in the kitchen with his aunt at 9 o'clock at night, which was a new experience. "You look like her," Petunia said finally. "Around the eyes." Harry had heard this before, "You look like James, but you have your mother's eyes," was apparently something people in the magical world said as a greeting. But this was the first time it had come from Petunia, and it landed differently, because Petunia had actually known his mother, had grown up with her, had shared meals and bedrooms and years, and the thing in her voice when she said it was something Harry recognized as the specific, difficult flavor of grief that has been living next to resentment for so long the two have become hard to separate. "I'm sorry," he said. "That she's gone." Petunia looked at him for a long, still moment. Something moved in her face, something Harry suspected she hadn't let move in a very long time. She said, very quietly, to the kitchen towel, "So am I." Then she turned and went back to the washing up, and Harry understood this was as far as tonight could go, and that was all right. He said good night and went upstairs. He spent 20 minutes moving his things into the small bedroom, which was currently still full of Dudley's overflow, boxes and a broken train set and sports equipment from phases that had passed, working around it rather than moving it, because he'd said Vernon would clear it and he meant that. He made the bed with the spare set of linens from the airing cupboard, working quickly and efficiently, and put his books on the floor by the wall because there wasn't a shelf yet but there would be. He put the photograph of his parents on the windowsill where it could catch the morning light. He put the letter on the pillow. He looked at it for a while. The handwriting on the front, Harry, age 6, was his mother's, he decided. It had the look of someone who wrote quickly and with feeling. The back, from Mum and Dad. "We love you. We're so sorry we're not there," had something else in it, a second hand, more deliberate, and he thought, "That's Dad. That's James Potter who was good at transfiguration and had dark hair and laughed in photographs." He sat on the bed with the letter in his hands and his parents' photograph on the windowsill, and he opened it. He read it once, quickly, without stopping. Then he sat still for a moment. Then he read it again, slowly, taking it apart the way he took everything apart, examining each piece. "His mother's half, Harry. I'm writing this and hoping with everything I have that you'll never need to read it. I'm writing it anyway because hope isn't a plan and your father agrees, and we've decided to be practical about this even though being practical about this is one of the hardest things I've ever done. I want you to know that you were wanted. More than I can write in a letter. You came into the world and made it bigger, and I've been grateful for every single day. Whatever they told you, whatever story they gave you, please know the truth. We didn't leave. We were taken. There's a difference, and it matters. His father's half, Harry. Your mum will have said the important stuff. I want to add this, Potter men are stubborn and occasionally infuriating and extremely bad at asking for help when they need it. Try to be better than me at that last one. The family library is in the vault, there's a ward book specifically, green cover, no title. Read it first. The ward is the best protection we could give you. Second best is knowing who you are. You're a Potter, and Potters figure things out. And then, below that, in smaller writing that looked like it had been added after, I miss you already and you're asleep in the next room. Love, Dad. Harry sat with the letter for a long time. He didn't cry. Not because he was trying not to, but because the feeling wasn't the crying kind, it was larger than that, and quieter, and it sat in his chest in a place that was different from the cold anger stone, a new space that had opened up, warm and painful and real. His parents had known they might die and had written to him anyway and called him wanted, and his mother had said there's a difference, and it matters, and his father had said Potters figure things out. He thought about that last part for a long time. He put the letter back in the envelope. He put the envelope in the book on family wards, as a bookmark, because it seemed like the right place to keep it. He turned the light off. Through the window, the streetlights of Privet Drive made orange squares on the ceiling. The ward hummed warm and steady. He slept. He woke before the house did, the way he always had, old habit from years of needing to be useful before Vernon wanted breakfast, and lay in the actual bed for a moment registering the difference, the mattress, the pillow, the particular quality of sleeping somewhere with enough room to stretch out. Then he got up, because lying in bed appreciating it was fine but doing something was better. He went downstairs and made breakfast. Not because he had to, but because he could, and because making breakfast for himself on his own terms was different from making it under observation. He found eggs, found bread, found the good butter that was normally reserved for Dursley toast, and made himself scrambled eggs on toast and ate it at the kitchen table in Vernon's chair because the chair faced the window and the morning light came in good from that angle. Dudley appeared at 7:30, drawn by the smell the way Dudley was generally drawn by the smell of food. He stood in the kitchen doorway in his pajamas, looking at Harry's plate. "Did you make eggs?" Dudley asked. "Yes." "Can you make me some?" Harry considered the question and the person asking it, which he always did, and found that the answer was yes, he could make Dudley eggs, and that he didn't mind, which he also always checked. "Sit down," he said. Dudley sat down and ate scrambled eggs on toast, and Harry ate his, and for the first time in their shared lives they sat at the same table and ate the same breakfast in approximate companionship without either of them having been told to. It was strange. Harry decided to leave it being strange rather than trying to make it into something it wasn't. "Big ears," Dudley said, through toast. Harry looked at him. "Sorry." "That's what my mum calls you," Dudley said, with the guileless specificity of a child reporting something without having judged its content. "When she's talking to Dad." "Big ears or the boy?" "Sometimes just him." He took another bite. "She doesn't say it like she hates you. More like she doesn't know what else to call you." Harry thought about Petunia in the kitchen last night. "You look like her. Around the eyes." "I know," he said. "My dad says you're a freak," Dudley said, with the same guileless specificity, and Harry looked at him and found no particular edge in it, just information being relayed. "I know that too," Harry said. Dudley chewed. "Is it true? The magic thing?" "Yes." "Can you show me something?" Harry thought about this. He hadn't tried anything deliberate yet, he had the wand but he hadn't practiced, and the ward was its own thing, responsive rather than commanded. He looked at the salt shaker in the middle of the table, thought about it moving toward him, and it did. Smoothly, about 6 inches, and stopped. Dudley stared at it. Then at Harry. Then back at the salt shaker. "That's well good," Dudley said. Harry was startled into a short laugh. "Yes," he said. "I suppose it is." By 8 o'clock, Vernon was in the small bedroom with the sound of boxes being moved, which was the sound of a large man doing something he resented with the energy of someone who decided that doing it quickly and badly was an acceptable form of protest. Harry stayed out of it, because the agreement was that the room would be cleared, not that it would be cleared with good grace. Dudley, true to his word from last night, went up to help at 8:30, and the efficiency improved noticeably. Arabella arrived at 10, with things in her arms, bags of various sizes, the particular loaded look of someone who'd been planning this visit since approximately 9 the previous evening. "I raided my attic," she said at the door, setting bags down in the hall. "I have things. Shelves, well, the brackets for shelves, you'll need to fit them, though I suspect you can manage. Books. Some of them are, well, some of them are things you should have. They're on magic. Appropriate ones." Harry helped her with the bags. "You had them in your attic?" "I've had a great many things in my attic for a great many years," Arabella said, firmly, in the tone of someone who decided that was the complete answer. She'd brought a rug for the small bedroom floor. She'd brought a reading lamp, the portable kind. She'd brought books, 7 of them, on basic magic theory and wizarding history and one called Young Witch and Wizard, Your First Year of Magic that was clearly aimed at children but was well written and thorough, and she gave it to Harry without embarrassment and he accepted it without embarrassment because they'd both decided to operate at the level of what was actually useful. She'd also brought, at the bottom of the last bag, wrapped in a tea towel, a framed photograph that was not moving. 2 people, young, at what looked like a school, Hogwarts, Harry recognized it from a book he'd already started. A girl with red hair, sharp-eyed, laughing, and beside her a boy who was not James Potter but who was clearly someone she'd been fond of. "Who's this?" Harry asked. Arabella looked at the photograph. Something in her face went careful. "That's your mother," she said. "At school. With a friend." She paused. "They had a falling out, later. I always thought your mother was sad about it. But that's how she was at 15, before things got complicated." She looked at Harry. "I thought you might like to see her young. Before she was your mother, I mean. Just herself." Harry looked at the girl in the photograph. She was laughing at something, full and unguarded, and her eyes were exactly the color of his. He hadn't been able to see color in the moving photograph. Wizarding photographs, he discovered, were occasionally inconsistent about color, but this one was still and clear. He put it on the windowsill next to the moving one. "Thank you," he said. For the second time in 12 hours he meant it without qualification. They spent the morning in the small bedroom, Harry and Arabella, putting up shelf brackets and arranging books and establishing the room's logic, the desk under the window, the lamp on the desk, the books on the shelves, the photographs on the windowsill where the light came in. Vernon had cleared the room by 9:15 and had not, to his credit, been openly hostile about it, which Harry counted as the first day's data point in what he suspected would be a long process of incremental recalibration. By lunchtime the room looked like a room. His room, specifically. The books were his, the ward book with the letter inside it on the middle shelf at eye level. The photographs were his. The wand was on the desk where he could see it. The small bag of sweets from Diagon Alley was on the windowsill. He stood in the doorway and looked at it. He'd never had a room before. He'd had a cupboard and then, last night, a guest room that belonged to no one in particular. This was different from both. This room had already started being shaped by him, by his books and his logic and his particular way of organizing things, and it would keep being shaped by him, and in a week it would look like him, and in a month it would look like him even more, and in a year it would be so thoroughly his that no one would remember it had ever been anything else. He thought about his father's letter, Potter's figure things out. "It's a good room," Arabella said, from behind him. "Yes," Harry said. "It is." They had lunch, proper lunch, with sandwiches that Petunia made, sufficient and without comment, set on the kitchen table for everyone including Harry, which was the first time in Harry's memory that this had happened. Dudley ate 3 sandwiches. Vernon ate 2 and read his newspaper. Petunia ate 1.5 and looked at the table. Harry ate 2, and they were good. In the afternoon, Dumbledore came back, unexpectedly, which Harry noted, and which meant either Dumbledore was checking in more than he'd said he would or something had come up. He appeared on the front path at 3 o'clock, and the ward acknowledged him in the way it had started to do, not warmly, exactly, but with the recognition of something that had been assessed and found not hostile, which was an important distinction. Harry let him in before he knocked. "That's going to take some getting used to," Dumbledore observed, coming through the door that opened on its own. "Is it bothering you?" Harry asked. "It's efficient," Dumbledore said, which was a non-answer that Harry filed. They went to the kitchen. The kitchen had become the room, he noticed, the place where things actually happened in this house. The sitting room was for television and the hall was for passing through, but the kitchen was where conversations lived. Dumbledore sat, and Harry sat, and Dumbledore produced from his robes a small box that he set on the table between them. "This is a wizarding communication device," Dumbledore said. "More sophisticated than the disc I gave you yesterday. It can reach me directly, or Arabella, or," he paused. "When you start at Hogwarts, it will reach staff as well. But I've also taken the liberty of adding one other contact." He looked at Harry. "Professor McGonagall. She is my deputy headmistress at Hogwarts, and she will be your head of house, in time. She doesn't know that yet," he added. "She doesn't know about you yet. But I thought it might be useful to have the connection established." Harry picked up the box and looked at it. Why her specifically? Because she is honest, Dumbledore said. Rigidly, sometimes inconveniently, but thoroughly honest. She will tell you the truth about the magical world in a way that I sometimes, he paused. I have a tendency toward the long view. Minerva McGonagall is very good at the immediate view. You'll need both. Harry thought about this. When does she find out about me? I've invited her to come here next week, Dumbledore said. To meet you. I thought you might appreciate some warning. This was new, and Harry noticed it, the warning, the courtesy of it, the implicit acknowledgement that Harry existed as a person who had preferences about who came to his house and when. Thank you, he said. Yes. I'd like that. Then Dumbledore said, I also want to discuss Fawkes. Harry had heard the name in passing, a reference in one of the books, and looked at Dumbledore with attention. Fawkes is my phoenix, Dumbledore said. He's not a pet, in any conventional sense. Phoenixes are their own thing, with their own allegiances, and Fawkes has been with me for a very long time. But he has been, insistent, since yesterday. Since the ward activated. He looked at Harry with an expression Harry was learning to identify as the one Dumbledore used when something was happening that he didn't entirely understand, which was rarer than most of his other expressions and therefore worth noting. He wants to come here. Come here. Harry said. To the house. To meet you, I think. Phoenixes respond to things in people. To the qualities they value. He looked at Harry steadily. I've never had Fawkes insist on meeting anyone before. The ward, very gently, shifted in Harry's chest. Not the assessing shift of encountering something new, something warmer, the shift of something anticipating. He can come, Harry said. Dumbledore reached into his robes and produced a small perch, which he set on the kitchen table, and then put 2 fingers to his lips and produced no sound that Harry could hear, but the ward responded immediately, not with the lockdown tension of encountering something unknown but with a kind of rising quality, like an orchestra coming to attention. There was a sound, a note, single and clear, like the best possible version of a bell, and Fawkes appeared. Petunia, who had been in the doorway of the kitchen for the last 3 minutes in the manner of someone who didn't want to eavesdrop but couldn't quite make themselves leave, made a sound that Harry had never heard from her. Not alarm, something older than alarm. Something that preceded her entirely, the instinctive response of a human being encountering something unambiguously transcendent. Fawkes was red and gold and more real than everything around him, the way a fire is more real than the room it's in, not because everything else was less, but because he was so completely himself. He landed on the perch Dumbledore had set out, looked around the kitchen with the calm authority of a creature that had never in its life been required to be uncertain, and then turned his gaze to Harry. Harry looked back. The Phoenix's eyes were dark and old and warm, and looking into them felt, not like the ward's recognition, not like Ragnarok's assessment, it felt like being seen by something that had no agenda about what it saw. No strategy, no management, no long game. Just the thing itself, looking. Fawkes stepped off the perch, walked 3 steps along the table, and bumped his head against Harry's hand. Gently. Deliberately. Harry turned his hand over and Fawkes stood in his palm, completely calm, and the warmth of it was extraordinary, not heat, not the heat of a fire, but warmth in a deeper sense, the warmth of something that healed, that had healed things for centuries, that knew how. From the doorway, Petunia said, in a voice that Harry had never heard from her, stripped of all its usual architecture, Lily would have loved this. Nobody said anything. The kitchen was very still. Harry looked at his aunt standing in her kitchen doorway, looking at the phoenix in his hand, and her face was more open than he'd ever seen it, the grief not mixed up with resentment in that moment, just the grief, clean and old and real. Tell me about her, Harry said. Quietly, no pressure in it. Tell me something. Anything. Petunia stood in the doorway for a long moment. Then she came in, pulled out a chair, and sat down at the kitchen table across from Harry and the phoenix, and she said, she was afraid of the dark until she was 8. She used to come into my room. She paused. After she got her magic, she could make light with her hands. And she still used to come into my room. Not because she needed the light. I think she just wanted company. Harry listened. The ward hummed warm and settled. Fawkes sang one note, low and clear, and it moved through the kitchen like something that had been waiting a long time to be let in. Chapter 6. The year passes. The first time Vernon tried to reassert control, Harry was 7 years old and it was a Tuesday in February. It started the way most things with Vernon started, with a complaint that escalated past its own logic. Harry had been in his room reading, which he did most evenings, the ward book and then the history books, and then, when he'd worked through those, the books from Flourish and Blots that he was moving through at a rate that had prompted Arabella to bring a second round from her contacts in the magical world. He'd been reading about transfiguration theory, which was technically beyond his age level and which he didn't entirely care about because the parts he didn't understand he simply filed and returned to later when he had more context. Vernon knocked on his door. Not a polite knock, the Vernon knock, knuckles flat, 3 times, with the rhythm of someone who expects the rhythm alone to communicate authority. "Come in," Harry said, without looking up. Vernon came in and stood in the doorway with the posture he used when he decided something and wanted the something to be confirmed immediately. He looked at the shelves, which now held 40-odd books, and then at the desk, which had papers and notes spread across it in a system Vernon clearly found offensive. Then at Harry. "Those books," Vernon said. "Yes," Harry said. "They need to go." Harry turned a page. "Why?" "Because I won't have," Vernon gestured at the shelves, at the books, at the general atmosphere of someone pursuing an education he found threatening. "I won't have that in my house." "Your house," Harry said pleasantly. He put the book down and looked at Vernon with the steady attention he'd been developing, the kind that didn't flinch and didn't escalate, just looked. "According to the Gringotts documentation, the property is under ward protection. The ward recognizes me as primary heir. My room is part of the property. Books are covered under personal effects and study materials in the scroll, Clause 4, Arabella's edition." He paused. "Do you want to call Professor Dumbledore?" Vernon went the color he went when he was revising a position he didn't want to revise. He looked at the books. He looked at Harry. The standoff lasted approximately 10 seconds, which was 8 seconds longer than the ones that had preceded it in the first months, before Vernon had recalibrated his estimate of how these conversations ended. "Don't have those things out during dinner," Vernon said, and walked out. Harry looked at the empty doorway for a moment. Then he turned back to his transfiguration theory and picked up where he'd left off. He told Arabella about it the following Saturday. She came every Saturday now. This had become simply a fact of Harry's week, the way school on weekdays was a fact, the way the ward was a fact. She came at 10, they had tea, she brought him something either from her attic or from one of the magical supply contacts she was increasingly open about having. That Saturday she'd brought a practice wand guide and a box of something she called flu powder that she said he couldn't actually use yet but should understand the theory of. "He's testing it," Arabella said, about Vernon. "Every few weeks he'll push on something to see if the arrangement has softened." "It won't," Harry said. "I know," she said. "Just keep doing what you're doing." What Harry was doing, specifically, was learning. That was the primary activity of being 7, as far as he could determine, not school, which was useful but limited, not the ward management that had become so intuitive he barely thought about it, but the deliberate, organized acquisition of knowledge about a world he'd been excluded from for 6 years and was now aggressively catching up with. He read everything. History first, because history was the structure that everything else made sense inside of. Bathilda Bagshot's A History of Magic was dense and occasionally wrong in ways he only recognized later, but it gave him the scaffold. Then magical theory, because the how was as important as the what. Then wand lore, because the wand on his desk was something he took seriously and wanted to understand fully. Then potions theory, because potions turned out to be chemistry in a universe with a broader set of rules, and he'd always liked chemistry. He practiced the wand work quietly and carefully. The guide Arabella had brought outlined basic wand movement for first-year spells, and Harry worked through them systematically, which was probably not how anyone else learned them. Most children, he gathered, learned by watching and doing, trial and error, the social education of a school. Harry had only himself, the guide, and the ward, which sometimes responded to his practice with the sensation of an audience that approved. He managed Lumos by the end of October, his birthday month, though he'd stopped marking it as a significant occasion long before, and then restarted marking it as a matter of personal reclamation, because why should Vernon's indifference define what his birthday meant? He lit the tip of his wand in his room at midnight on October 31st and held it in the dark for a while, the clean white light steady in his hand, and thought about his parents and the story of the night they'd died, and thought about his mother standing between him and something that should have been unstoppable, and thought that she'd been someone you'd be glad to know. He turned 7 in a house that was his, in a room that was his, with a wand in his hand. It was better than every birthday that had come before it, which was not a high bar, but it was also good on its own terms, which was a higher one. He got Wingardium Leviosa in November and Accio in December, imperfect but functional, the spell pulling objects toward him with the enthusiasm of something that hadn't yet learned to be precise. He broke a mug with it, Dudley's old plastic one from a McDonald's promotion, not a loss the house would mourn, and repaired it with Reparo, which was the first spell he attempted from pure necessity rather than practice and which worked better than the deliberate ones, which he filed as an interesting data point about how his magic operated. Dudley found out about the practice on a Wednesday in January when Harry was 8, which was the second year, which had its own rhythm and its own developments. Harry had been practicing in his room with the door closed, which he thought was sufficient. He hadn't accounted for the fact that Accio occasionally pulled things from further than the intended range, and the intended range had been the desk and the thing that came was also the book from the desk and several other things including one of Dudley's trainers from the next room, which appeared through the wall in a way that shouldn't have been possible and which Harry stared at for a moment, then stared at the wall, then carefully filed under things to think about later. Dudley knocked on his door 20 seconds after his trainer disappeared. "Did you do that?" Dudley asked, standing in the doorway in one trainer and one sock, looking at his trainer in Harry's hand. "Yes," Harry said. "Sorry. Here." He held the trainer out. Dudley took it. He looked at the wall. He looked at Harry. He'd filled out since the beginning of all this. Dudley at 8 was large and pink and had the particular confidence of a boy who'd never been made to feel small, which was not the same as the confidence of someone who'd earned it through difficulty but was still, Harry had decided, a kind of confidence, and one that Dudley wore without the malice his father wore it with, mostly. "Can you teach me?" Dudley asked. "I can't," Harry said. "You have to have magic to do magic." "Oh." Dudley absorbed this. "Do I have magic?" Harry had thought about this. He'd noticed things about Dudley, small things, nothing as clear as what Harry could do, but small persistent things. The way Dudley's headaches went away faster than they should. The way he'd once tripped badly enough on the stairs that he should have hit the wall and hadn't, a small, invisible writing of trajectory. "Maybe a tiny bit," Harry said honestly. "Not enough to do things on purpose. But maybe enough that magic doesn't completely ignore you." Dudley considered this with the philosophical equanimity he brought to most discoveries. "Right," he said. "Can I watch?" This was the beginning of a thing that had no name and didn't need one. Dudley sat in the corner of Harry's room 2 evenings a week and watched Harry practice, and Harry had an audience, and the audience's primary contribution was to say things like "that was brilliant" and "what was that one" and, on the occasion Harry failed at something 3 times running, you'll get it with the breezy confidence of someone who'd never had a reason not to believe that things worked out. It was, Harry thought, a different kind of useful than having someone technically competent around. Different from Arabella's practical expertise or Dumbledore's considerable knowledge. Dudley just sat there being certain that Harry would figure it out, and it turned out this was something Harry had needed without knowing he'd needed it. The second time Vernon tried to reassert control, Harry was 8, and it was more serious. Summer, the second summer, when the arrangement had been in place long enough that it had started to feel like furniture, present and established and not quite comfortable yet but no longer remarkable. Harry had been in the garden. Not pulling weeds, not doing anything he'd been assigned, he'd been in the garden because it was warm and he'd taken a book out with him, which was his prerogative, and he was lying on the grass under the apple tree reading about defensive ward casting. Vernon came out at 1:30 with the look. "There are gutters that need clearing," he said. Harry turned a page. "I'm reading." "The gutters," Vernon said, "need clearing. It's your job. The scroll specifies garden maintenance on Saturdays between 10 and noon, Harry said. "It's Thursday." "I'm asking you to do something," Vernon said, his voice getting the particular density it got when it was about to become louder, "and in my house, we've covered the house question," Harry said. He put his book down and looked at Vernon with the full attention he usually kept in reserve, because full attention from Harry had the quality of a physical thing, the ward responding to his focus with a subtle shift in the air that Vernon had started to feel, though he had no language for it. "If you'd like to renegotiate the terms of the scroll, you can contact Dumbledore and Gringotts and we can set up a formal review. If you'd like to add gutter clearing to my Saturday responsibilities, I'm open to discussing it. But I'm not doing it on a Thursday because you decided to ask." The silence had the quality of two things of equal and opposite force meeting each other and determining that neither would move. Then Vernon said, very quietly, in the particular register he used when he'd abandoned the performance of authority and was speaking from the place underneath it, the place that was something other than bluster, "You think you own this house?" "I think," Harry said, with equal quiet, "that you made choices about how to treat me, and now you're living with the consequences of those choices. I don't enjoy that. I'd rather it had been different. But I'm not going to pretend it wasn't what it was, and I'm not going to go back to it." He looked at Vernon steadily. "I'll clear the gutters on Saturday. I'll add them to the Saturday schedule, and I'll do them every month. Is that acceptable?" Another silence. "Saturday," Vernon said, and went inside. Harry picked his book back up. He told Arabella this one too, the following Saturday, while clearing the gutters as agreed. She stood at the bottom of the ladder and held it and said, "You handled that well." "I don't like it," Harry said, from the roof level, scooping leaves into the bucket. "Talking to him like that. It feels, not mean, exactly. Just tiring." "It is tiring," Arabella said. "Enforcing your own boundaries with someone who resents having to respect them is one of the most tiring things a person can do." "Does it stop being tiring?" "Mostly," she said. "When they eventually accept that the boundary isn't moving. Vernon's getting there, I think." "Slowly," Harry said. "Very," Arabella agreed. "But getting there." The spring Harry was 8 was the beginning of the library. He'd known about it from his father's letter, the family library is in the vault, and from the catalogue Ragnarok had provided at their Gringotts visit, which listed the Potter secondary vault contents in systematic detail. He'd thought about the library, on and off, for 2 years, the way you think about something you want that you're not quite ready for yet, circling it, building toward the moment. In March, he went back to Gringotts. Dumbledore didn't come this time. Harry went with Arabella, the two of them on a Saturday, the ministry car replaced by a Muggle taxi that Arabella paid for from her own pocket and which Harry later reimbursed from his allowance, because he'd decided the allowance existed for using and the first thing he wanted to use it on was the library. Ragnarok received them with the same formality as before, and with the additional quality of someone genuinely pleased to see a return visit. The vault cart was the same cart, the driver a different goblin who had, if possible, an even more committed enthusiasm for speed. Harry held the edge and felt the wind and was, at 8, even more appreciative of the velocity than he'd been at 6. He spent 2 hours in the secondary vault. He came out with 7 boxes. The family library wasn't just books, it was correspondence, journals, notes, handwritten recipes for potions with marginal annotations in 3 different hands spanning what looked like 2 centuries. It was a family's accumulated thinking, the written record of people being interested in things and figuring things out and passing the figuring out along. Back at Number 4, he set up the library in his room. The books already there made space on the shelves by virtue of Harry reorganizing everything with the focused efficiency he brought to organization. The vault books went on the high shelf, the oldest ones, the ones that needed careful handling. The journals in a stack by the desk. The correspondence in a box under the desk, to be gone through systematically. He went through it systematically. The correspondence was the most interesting. There were letters from Potters he didn't know yet, names from the Gringotts documentation, great-grandparents, ancestors, people who'd written to each other with the assumption that the letters would be kept, that someone would read them eventually, that being part of a family meant building something that lasted past you. He read them in order, oldest first, and built himself a history alongside the books, a parallel track of who the Potters had been. They'd been interesting people. Not all admirable, he noted with the honesty of someone who didn't need his family to be perfect in order to be his family. There was a Potter in the 1700s who'd done something with werewolf legislation that hadn't been kind, and Harry read about it and filed it and didn't excuse it but also didn't conclude from it that the family was irredeemable, because that wasn't how people or families worked. Mostly they'd been clever and curious and obstinate and warm, and he recognized himself in the pattern of it, not because he'd known them but because apparently some things persisted across generations the way the ward persisted. He found his parents' correspondence in the most recent box, letters to each other from before they were married, letters to friends, to a man called Sirius Black, who had the epistolary voice of someone who found everything simultaneously hilarious and deeply important, and who wrote to Harry's father with a shorthand that suggested a friendship older than language. He read those letters many times. He looked up Sirius Black in his history books and found the name in connection with his parents' deaths, and the version in the history books was not good, and he set that aside to think about more carefully when he had more information, because history books were sometimes wrong and he'd learned to check sources. The summer Harry turned 9 was the summer the third thing happened with Vernon. Harry was in the kitchen. He'd been making breakfast, his own, not for anyone else, Saturday morning, the Dursleys sleeping in, and he'd had the radio on, the Muggle station, because he liked music and the ward had a pleasant resonance with certain kinds of it, the hum of the house rising to harmonize occasionally with something that had the right frequency. Vernon came in at 8, earlier than expected, in the state he sometimes arrived in on Saturday mornings, not angry yet, but positioned for it, the way a storm is positioned before it commits to being a storm. He'd had a bad week at work. Harry tracked the rhythms of it without trying to, the way you track the weather when the weather affects whether you go outside or not. He looked at the radio. Turn that off. Harry looked at the volume level, the egg on the cooker, the perfectly reasonable morning. No, he said. This was new. He'd never said it quite so simply before, without clauses or references to the scroll or offers of compromise. He'd said it the way you say it when a thing is not happening, flatly, as a fact. Vernon took 3 steps toward the radio. The ward responded before Harry consciously directed it, not loudly, not with locked doors or physical force, but with pressure, a quality in the air that was the magical equivalent of a hand on a chest, a clear and absolute stop. Vernon stopped walking. He stood in the middle of the kitchen with his hand half extended and his expression moving through confusion towards something that was very close to fear. Don't, Harry said. Just that. Vernon lowered his hand. They looked at each other across the kitchen. The radio played something cheerful and entirely unconcerned. The egg sizzled. The ward settled back to its normal register, unhurried, not threatening, simply present. I'm not doing this to be difficult, Harry said. I'm listening to the radio while I make breakfast. It's Saturday morning. Nobody is being harmed. He turned back to the cooker. If you'd like breakfast, I'll make you eggs. There's bread. A long silence behind him. I don't want eggs, Vernon said, but the register had changed, all the storm positioning gone, replaced by something flatter, something that was not peace but was its near neighbor, the quiet of someone who has tried a door repeatedly and has finally, fully, accepted that it isn't opening. He poured himself coffee and sat at the kitchen table with his newspaper, and Harry made his eggs, and the radio played, and neither of them said anything else, and it was the closest to a normal Saturday morning that Number 4 had ever produced in Harry's presence. He told Arabella about it, again, on her next visit, and this time she looked at him for a moment and said, I think that might be the last time. The last time he tries? The last time it's a conflict, she said. I think he's accepted it. Not happily. But genuinely. She looked at him. You know, there are people who live their entire lives not managing that particular thing. What thing? Holding your ground with someone who has more institutional power than you, without becoming like them in the process, she said. You've been doing it since you were 6 years old and you've never been cruel about it. Harry thought about this. I don't want to be cruel, he said. I want it to be different. That's a different thing. Yes, Arabella said. It is. There were good things too, in these years, and he wanted to be precise about that. He wasn't keeping only the difficult parts, he was keeping everything, because everything was his. There was Dudley learning to cook, which started because Petunia was ill one November and Vernon was useless in the kitchen, and Dudley, watching Harry make soup, said I want to do that with the simplicity of someone who wanted a thing and saw no reason to not pursue it. Harry taught him the basics, nothing fancy, practical things, the kind of cooking he'd learned by necessity but had found actual pleasure in once it became voluntary. Dudley turned out to be patient about it, which Harry hadn't expected, and good with his hands, which he also hadn't expected, and occasionally inventive in ways that produced either very good results or very interesting disasters, and always good conversation. There was McGonagall, who came the week after Dumbledore had said she would, and who arrived at the door of Number 4 with an expression that suggested she'd been briefed and was applying the briefing with controlled skepticism. She was tall, with the posture of someone who'd never in their life forgotten what their spine was for, and she had very sharp eyes behind her glasses and the manner of someone who had decided that the most efficient way to operate in the world was to be exactly who she was at all times without apology. She and Harry liked each other immediately, which surprised them both, and neither showed. She came inside and looked at his room and at the books and at the ward book on the middle shelf and said, "You've read all of these," in the tone of someone who wasn't disbelieving but wanted confirmation. "Most of them twice," Harry said. "The ward one 3 times. She picked up the ward book and looked at it, turning it over, and the expression she made was one that Harry would come to know very well, the McGonagall expression for encountering something that exceeded her expectations, which she immediately arranged her face to not show, but which showed anyway in the very slight lift of her eyebrows. "Where did you find this?" "My parents' vault." She looked at him. She looked at the book. She set it down with care. "Have you read the chapter on active ward extension?" "Yes," Harry said. "I don't fully understand it yet. The bit about sympathetic resonance." "Sit down," McGonagall said. She sat at his desk, which was his desk and therefore hers to use because she was his guest, and he sat on the bed, and she explained sympathetic resonance in the way that, he would eventually understand. She explained things she found genuinely interesting, precisely, with the occasional gesture, without condescending to her audience regardless of the audience's age, and with the specific energy of someone who loved their subject. He understood it by the end of the hour. She came back the following month, and the one after that, and within 6 months it had become simply a thing that happened. McGonagall on a Thursday evening every 4 weeks, tea in the kitchen, a conversation that started on some specific magical topic and usually ended somewhere neither of them had anticipated when they began. She brought him exercises, which she called exercises rather than homework because she was not technically his teacher yet and she had standards about these things. He completed them. She corrected them with the combination of honesty and specificity that he'd come to think of as the McGonagall method, which was, "Here is what you did well, here is what you did wrong, here is how to fix it, no further comment." He appreciated this enormously. It was McGonagall who told him, at one of these visits, about the animagus transformation, not because he'd asked, but because she was talking about transfiguration theory and arrived at the topic naturally and then looked at him and said, with the particular McGonagall directness, "You'll manage it eventually. Possibly before you're supposed to. I'm telling you now so you understand the regulations and don't do it accidentally." Harry looked at her. "Can I do it accidentally?" "With your particular relationship to the ward, I wouldn't rule anything out," she said, and pressed her lips together in the way that meant she was not amused but was also not entirely not amused. He was 9 when Petunia started talking about Lily. It didn't start dramatically. It started the way most things that mattered started, in a small space, after something else, a Tuesday evening, Petunia making tea, Harry at the kitchen table with a charms textbook, and Petunia saying without transition, to the kettle, "She could have been a doctor, you know. Your mother. She was that clever." Harry looked up. He said nothing, because nothing was the right thing to say in that particular silence. "She wanted to be a healer," Petunia said. "In your world. She wrote to me about it in her first year." She poured the tea. "I didn't write back. That year." She set his mug down in front of him without looking at him. "I wrote back later. We wrote back and forth for years. Even when things were complicated." "What made them complicated?" Harry asked. Petunia sat down. She wrapped her hands around her mug and looked at the table, and Harry saw that this was something she'd been carrying toward him for months, working up the gradient of it slowly, and that what she needed from him was the same thing he needed from certain kinds of problems, the patient space to figure out the shape of it. "I was jealous," she said. Simply. Without the usual architecture of Petunia, the rigid posture and the controlled tone, just the word, factual as a diagnosis. "She had something I didn't, and I never stopped being jealous of it, even when I loved her. And eventually the jealousy was louder than the love. And then she was gone." She looked at her tea. "I can't fix that now. I've had 6 years to accept that I can't fix it." Harry looked at his aunt. He looked at the woman who had fed him inadequately for 6 years and locked him in cupboards and looked the other way and called him big ears, and he looked at her carrying the grief she'd been carrying since before he could remember, the specific grief of someone who'd been given the chance to be different and had chosen not to and had to live with the choosing. He said, "She would have forgiven you." Petunia looked up sharply. "From what you've told me about her," Harry said, "and what Arabella has told me, and the letters, she sounds like someone who would have found a way to forgive you. That's not the same as saying what happened was all right. It's just, I think it's true." Petunia held his gaze for a long moment, and the thing in her face was more complex than he could fully parse, too many layers to the feeling, too much history in it. "You're very like her," Petunia said quietly. "The way she'd say something and you'd know she'd actually thought about it." "And you're stuck with me," Harry said, with the small sideways smile. And Petunia Dursley, for the first time in Harry's living memory, smiled back. Small, precise, slightly reluctant, carrying the weight of everything that had made it difficult, but there. It was not a resolution. It was not the end of anything or the beginning of something clean. It was a human moment between two people who shared something complicated, which was all it could be, and Harry thought that was actually enough, not to make everything else all right, but to make the present better than the past, which was the only direction he'd ever been interested in moving. He went back to his charms textbook. Outside, the ward hummed its steady note, and the anchor stone sat in its cellar doing what it had been doing since he was 6 years old, holding the space, holding the line, holding the shape of everything Harry Potter was and was building himself to be. He was 9 years old and he had a room full of books and a wand he could use and a phoenix who visited every third Thursday and an aunt who was learning to talk to him and a headmaster who was learning to consult him and a professor who treated him like a student worth taking seriously and an 11 months older cousin who could now make a decent omelette. He was 9 years old and he was completely, entirely, specifically himself. It was more than he'd had at 6. It was, he thought, not close to the end of what he was going to have. Chapter 7, The letter arrived on a Thursday. Not by owl. Harry had been half expecting an owl, because that was how the magical world sent things, and he'd read enough about Hogwarts to know the tradition, but it arrived the way things arrived when Professor Dumbledore wanted to make a gesture of it, which was hand-delivered, by McGonagall herself, a full year earlier than the standard enrollment age, which was the thing Dumbledore had offered in a kitchen negotiation 4 years ago and had apparently been working toward since. Harry knew it was coming. He'd known since February, when Dumbledore had visited and said, with the measured deliberateness of someone keeping a specific promise, "I've been in conversation with the Hogwarts governors. Your case is somewhat unusual, but the magical assessment results we did last autumn were, there's no academic argument for waiting, Harry. I want you to know that before the letter comes, so it doesn't feel like a surprise." "I appreciate that," Harry said. "Also," Dumbledore said, slightly less formally, "I believe Professor McGonagall may be somewhat gratifyingly impatient to have you in her classroom." Harry hadn't said anything to that, but he'd noted it with a private satisfaction. The Thursday it actually arrived was warm, mid-July, the kind of day that made Privet Drive look genuinely pleasant, hedges green and even, a lawnmower somewhere producing its satisfied drone, the smell of someone's barbecue from a few gardens over. Harry was at his desk working through an advanced runes exercise McGonagall had set him the previous month, which he'd been putting off not because it was difficult but because when it was finished he'd want another one and he was pacing himself. He heard the gate. The ward noted it, not the familiar acknowledgement of Arabella or Dumbledore, but the deeper, warmer recognition of someone the house had known for 4 years and had decided, in its own structural way, it liked. He put his quill down before the knock came. McGonagall knocked correctly. Not the Vernon knock and not Arabella's quick cheerful double tap, the McGonagall knock was 3 times, precise, evenly spaced, communicating the same thing her posture communicated, which was, "I am here, I know what I'm doing, we may begin." Harry came downstairs and opened the door. She was in full robes, which she didn't always wear on her Thursday visits. She usually arrived in what she considered Muggle-adjacent clothing, a dark green jacket and narrow trousers that managed to look simultaneously like Muggle attire and like it had been produced by someone who'd been informed about Muggle attire rather than having any direct experience of it. The full robes were deliberate. She was, Harry understood immediately, here officially. She was also carrying a letter. "May I come in?" She asked, which she'd never asked before. She always came in, and Harry realized this too was part of the ceremony of it. "Of course," he said, and stepped back. She came in. The ward acknowledged her the way it acknowledged things it approved of, warmly, briefly, settling back. McGonagall stood in the hallway with her posture doing all its usual things and looked at Harry with an expression he'd learned to read, the careful neutral of someone who has feelings about a situation and has decided the feelings are not the point. "Harry," she said. She held out the letter. It was heavier than he'd expected. Parchment, the good kind, with Mr. H. Potter, the small bedroom, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey on the front in emerald green ink, in handwriting that was not McGonagall's and was not Dumbledore's but had the particular precision of something official. He turned it over. A wax seal, purple, with a crest, a lion, a snake, an eagle, a badger, and a large letter H in the center. He looked at it for a moment. Just a moment. Then he opened it. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." He looked up at her. She was watching him with the careful neutral, which had something underneath it that was not careful and not neutral at all. "You signed it," he said. "I sign all of them," she said. "It's part of the role." "But you also delivered it," he said. She paused, fractionally. "Yes." Harry looked down at the letter again. "We are pleased to inform you." The supply list fell out when he unfolded the parchment fully: cauldron, wand, already acquired, robes, books, standard equipment, and he read through it with the attention he gave to all lists, which was complete and organizational, and registered 3 books he didn't have yet and which would be interesting, and one he'd already read in a better edition that the school's recommended copy was a simplified version of, which he'd bring both of. "Come in properly," he said. "I'll make tea." McGonagall followed him to the kitchen, where she sat in what had become her chair over 4 years of Thursday visits, across from Harry's desk chair, both facing the window because the morning light was best from that angle, the rest of the kitchen arranged around this fact. She sat with her robes settling around her and watched him put the kettle on, and Harry knew she was using the making tea time the way most adults used making tea time, which was to collect themselves, so he took slightly longer than necessary. "When do you want me to start?" he asked, with his back to her. "September 1st, she said. "Like everyone else." "I meant, do you want me to accelerate further, or keep the pace I'm at?" "The pace you're at," she said, with a precision that meant she'd considered this. "Harry, you've been working at an accelerated pace for 4 years with no peers and only myself for structured instruction. Hogwarts will give you," she stopped, chose again. "Hogwarts is not only about the curriculum. It's about the people. The experience of learning alongside others your age." "I know," he said. "Do you?" she asked, not unkindly. He thought about it honestly, the way she'd taught him to think about things, not defensively, not rushing to the conclusion he wanted to reach, but actually looking. "I know the theory of it," he said. "I've read about it. I know I'll be learning things about people and social dynamics that you can't get from books." "Indeed. I'm also aware," he said, turning around with both mugs, setting them on the table, sitting down, "that people might find me strange. I'm 10 years old and I've read most of the standard Hogwarts curriculum through 4th year and I've been practicing magic since I was 6 and I live in a house with a family ward that I manage, and that's not normal for a first year." "No," McGonagall said. "It isn't. Does Dumbledore know how much I've learned?" "Dumbledore suspects," McGonagall said, wrapping her hands around her mug. "He's been careful not to ask for specifics because he's trying to avoid making decisions for you about how you present yourself." Harry looked at her. "What do you think I should do?" McGonagall looked at him, really looked, the way she did when she was giving a question its full weight. "I think," she said carefully, "that you are not obligated to perform ignorance for anyone's comfort. I also think that 10 years old is a reasonable time to start learning the difference between what you know and what you lead with." Harry turned his mug once. "You think I should be strategic about it?" "I think strategy is not the same as deception," she said. "I think there are things you'll learn faster by watching than by telling people you already know them. I think Hogwarts has people with a great deal of experience and worth, and treating that experience as less because you've read more than average would be," she paused. "Arrogant," Harry said. "I was going to say limiting," she said. "Arrogance would be the side effect. The primary damage would be to you. You'd stop learning." Harry thought about this. "Right," he said. "On the other hand," McGonagall said, and her voice did the thing it did when she was about to say something she'd been building toward for a while, "do not let anyone tell you that you are less than what you are. Those two things are not contradictions. You can learn from people and still know exactly who you are." "I know exactly who I am," Harry said. "I know you do," she said. It wasn't performative, not praise for the sake of encouraging him. It was observation, simple and specific, the way she offered all her observations. The morning passed the way their Thursday mornings passed, into the technical, the specific, the genuinely interesting. He showed her the runes exercise. She corrected 2 things, noted 4 things that were exceptional without calling them exceptional, and moved the conversation into practical spell work because she had a professional interest in his practical development that she'd been managing carefully for 4 years and was not going to stop managing simply because there was now a letter. Dudley appeared at 11, which was late for Dudley on summer holidays, because Dudley's summer schedule was entirely governed by breakfast availability and television timing. He stopped in the kitchen doorway and looked at McGonagall, whom he'd met before and regarded with the particular respect he'd developed for people who were clearly operating at a level above the normal range. "Is it the letter?" Dudley asked. "Yes," Harry said. "Brilliant," Dudley said, with complete sincerity. He looked at McGonagall. "Morning, Professor." "Good morning, Dudley," McGonagall said, with the precise warmth she offered to people who'd earned it without her having decided in advance to offer it, which meant it landed clean. Dudley got himself cereal and stood at the counter and ate it and looked at Harry with the expression he'd been wearing in various configurations since the previous summer, when he'd fully processed the fact that Harry was leaving for school in September and had decided his primary feeling about this was complicated pride mixed with something he didn't have the vocabulary for. "Will you come back at Christmas?" Dudley asked. "Yes," Harry said. The 4 weeks minimum in the scroll was a floor, not a ceiling. Christmas and part of summer. Dudley nodded. "Right." He went back to his cereal. Then, to McGonagall, with the directness he'd been developing and which Harry thought was probably his best quality, "He's going to be really good, isn't he? At school?" McGonagall looked at Dudley for a moment. "Yes," she said. "He is." "Good," Dudley said, and finished his cereal. After McGonagall left, Harry took the letter up to his room and read it again, once, carefully, and then put it on the windowsill next to the photographs, his parents laughing in the moving one, his mother sharp-eyed and young in the still one, and looked at all three things together for a moment. He was going to Hogwarts in September. He was going to the school his parents had gone to, in the world they'd lived in, and he'd be learning the things they'd learned, and walking the corridors they'd walked. He was going there as himself, not as the boy from the cupboard, not as whatever sad story people in the magical world expected when they heard his name, but as Harry Potter who'd been reading the curriculum for 4 years and had a wand he knew how to use and a family ward in his bones and a pocket full of his parents' letters. He put the letter in the ward book, next to his mother's letter, 2 bookmarks now. He wrote his reply that afternoon, "I accept your offer of a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Signed, Harry J. Potter," sealed it with the Potter family seal, which he'd found in the vault and which Ragnarok had told him was entirely appropriate to use, and borrowed Mrs. Fig's owl, a bad-tempered Eurasian eagle owl named Brutus who tolerated Harry with the condescension of a creature that had decided one specific human was marginally acceptable, and sent it. Arabella watched the owl leave from her back garden. She looked at Harry with her cup of tea and said, "How are you feeling?" "Ready," Harry said. "Good," she said. "Because you are." The month of August was shopping. Diagon Alley had not changed since he was 6, or rather it had changed in the ways that any living place changes, shops opening and closing, the seasonal rhythms of a community, but its essential nature was the same. Busy, loud, magical, existing with the confidence of a place that had been itself for a very long time and had no plans to stop. He went with Arabella the first time. She'd offered, Dumbledore had offered, McGonagall had offered with less sentimentality but equivalent sincerity. He chose Arabella because she'd been there since the beginning, and because she was the one who'd stayed up all night in Vernon's armchair, and because the first time he'd walked into the wizarding world she deserved to be standing next to him for the second time too. They went on a Wednesday, early, before the August rush of Hogwarts families. The leaky cauldron was familiar now, the barman Tom nodded at Harry with recognition, several of the regulars did the same, and Harry moved through it with the ease of someone who'd been here before and had no performance anxiety about the return. Diagon Alley in August smelled like chalk dust and something sweet and the warm stone of old buildings and something undeniably magical that Harry had decided was simply what ambient magic smelled like, the way libraries had their smell and kitchens had theirs. He had a list. He always had a list. He'd annotated the Hogwarts list in his room before leaving, noting what he already had, what he needed, what the school's recommended version of was inferior to an alternative he'd identified. He worked through it efficiently, Madame Malkin's for robes, where he was fitted alongside another boy who was also getting Hogwarts robes and who had a wide, slightly anxious face and brown eyes and introduced himself as Neville Longbottom with the energy of someone expecting a negative response to the introduction. "Harry Potter," Harry said. Neville Longbottom went very still for exactly the length of time it took him to remember that he was supposed to be reacting normally to things. "Oh," he said. "Right. Brilliant." Then, with the recovered honesty of someone who'd decided that having said something awkward the only recourse was to go further into sincerity, "My Gran talks about you sometimes. She says," he stopped. "Started again. She says you're someone who did something important even if nobody's entirely sure how." I was 1 year old at the time, Harry said. I'm not taking credit for things I don't remember doing. Neville looked at him for a moment, and something in his expression relaxed, the specific relaxation of someone who'd expected to encounter a particular kind of person and had encountered someone else. That's fair, he said. What house do you think you'll be in? Harry asked. Neville looked at his robes being pinned. My family all expect Gryffindor, he said. I'm not sure I think I might disappoint them. Sorting Hat's the one who decides, Harry said. Not your family. Neville looked at him again. Has anyone told you you're not what they expected? Fairly regularly, Harry said. I've stopped minding. Madame Malkin finished Neville's left sleeve and moved to his right, and Harry stood with his arms out being pinned at the shoulders and thought that Neville Longbottom was worth paying more attention to, which was the specific thought he had about people when they'd said something that indicated there was more of them worth finding. The books were next. Flourish and Blots in August was a different creature from Flourish and Blots in March, crowded, bustling, a queue at the counter and several minor arguments in the Transfiguration section about which of two editions was the correct one. Harry knew which one it was and mentioned it to the people arguing, who looked at him, looked at the book he was holding, and took his suggestion without question. He bought everything on his list plus 3 things not on his list, which was what always happened at Flourish and Blots. He went back to Ollivander's, not because he needed anything, his wand was exactly as it should be, for years of careful use having established a relationship with it that was comfortable and sure, but because he wanted to, and because Ollivander had been worth meeting and worth revisiting. The old wand maker looked up when he came in with the silver eyes that didn't miss anything, and said, For years. Yes, Harry said. I wanted to let you know it's working well. Ollivander came around the counter and took the wand Harry held out, turned it once, held it near his ear, which was either a wand-maker habit or something more technical that only looked like a habit. You've been practicing seriously, he said. Yes. Wandless work too, Ollivander said. It wasn't a question. Mostly the ward, Harry said. And some accidental things. Accidental. Ollivander looked at him with those silver eyes. I've heard about your ward. It's being discussed, in certain circles. Harry looked at him. What circles? The kind that pay attention to old magic, Ollivander said. The Potter ward was a significant thing, when it was active. People who study magical history have been, interested, in its reactivation. He turned the wand once more and gave it back. There will be people at Hogwarts who are also interested. In you, specifically. There usually are, Harry said. I mean people with specific agendas, Ollivander said. Your name has weight, and weight attracts people who want to hold it. He looked at Harry with the directness of someone who has decided that all the usual social softening is not worth the time. You are not obligated to be what anyone needs you to be. I know, Harry said. Good, Ollivander said. Carry it well. He went back behind his counter. The conversation was over. Ollivander's conversations ended when Ollivander decided they ended, and Harry had learned to take the endings cleanly. He carried it well out of the shop and into the alley and found Arabella at the sweets shop eating an ice cream she hadn't offered to wait for him for, which he appreciated because it meant they'd moved well past the stage of performance into something more genuine. Ollivander? She asked. Just a check-in, Harry said. He bought himself an ice cream and they stood in Diagon Alley in the August sun and ate them, 2 people who'd been keeping each other company for 4 years, and the alley moved around them in its cheerful indifferent way. Are you nervous? Arabella asked. Harry thought about it honestly. About Hogwarts itself, no, he said. About the people, yes. A bit. A bit, she said, with the tone of someone accurately detecting the understatement. More than a bit, he said. I've been in primary school, but the curriculum was simple enough that the social part was manageable because I wasn't paying much attention to the academic part. At Hogwarts I'll actually be engaged with the work, which means I'll have less attention available for working out the people. You worked out Neville Longbottom in about 3 minutes this morning, Arabella observed. He was straightforward, Harry said. Not everyone will be. No, she agreed. Some of them will be entirely crooked. She finished her ice cream. You'll be fine, Harry. You always say that. Because it's always been true, she said. The last week of August was the last week of the ward for a while, and Harry spent time with it, not dramatically, not sentimentally, just the daily check-in that had become part of him, the sense of the house's perimeter, the anchor stone in the cellar that hummed when he visited it. He went down on the last Sunday, the stone steps and the amber light and the symbol, and stood in front of it with his hands in his pockets. The ward felt different when he stood here now than it had at 6. Not stronger, exactly, it had been enormously strong then, enormous in the way of something newly activated. Different in texture, maybe. Settled. The way a voice sounds different once a person has grown into it. Potter family ward. Air recognized. I'm going to school, he said. He said it to the room, to the stone, the way he'd always said things to it, conversationally, without expecting an answer but wanting the words to exist in the space. I'll be back at Christmas. The ward will be fine without me. It's been fine since 1981 without anyone, so 4 months will be. The amber light shifted. Brighter, once, and then back, and it had the quality of the shifts Harry had come to recognize as the ward's version of acknowledgement. Right, he said. He went back upstairs. The 31st of August, Petunia made a roast dinner. Full, with all the things, not the reduced version she made when she was rationing effort, roast beef, potatoes, carrots, the good gravy. She put it on the table without comment and sat down and they all ate, all 4 of them, which had become genuinely normal over the past 2 years, a family dinner in the most functional sense they'd managed. Vernon asked, without edge, whether Harry needed help with his trunk in the morning. Harry said he was fine, and Vernon nodded and had seconds of potatoes, and that was the extent of it, which was precisely the right extent. Dudley ate an enormous amount and then said, to his plate, you could write, you know. If you wanted. Letters or whatever. I know, Harry said. I will. Dudley nodded, satisfied. Petunia looked at Harry at the end of the meal, when Vernon had gone to watch television and Dudley had followed, and she said, with the careful specificity she'd been developing, she'd want you to be happy. That's the thing she always wanted. She collected her plate and stood up. In case that's useful. It is, Harry said. Petunia washed up and Harry dried, standing side by side at the kitchen sink the way they sometimes did now, and the ward hummed around them steady and warm, and outside the sun went down on Privet Drive. In the morning it rained, which felt appropriate, not sad rain, just the matter-of-fact British rain of late August, getting things out of the way before September. Harry came downstairs with his trunk, which he'd packed with the systematic thoroughness of someone who made lists, everything accounted for and in its logical place, and ate breakfast and was ready to leave by 9. McGonagall was at the door at past. She was in Muggle attire, the dark green jacket, with a car behind her that had the discreet quality of ministry transport. She looked at Harry and then at his trunk and said, "Ready?" "Yes," Harry said. Arabella appeared at the gate, she'd known the time, of course she had, and came up the path and looked at Harry with the expression she sometimes wore that was too full to be simple and which she generally resolved by doing something practical with her hands. She straightened his collar, which didn't need straightening. 4 months, she said. 4 months, Harry agreed. She hugged him, briefly and firmly, the hug of someone who doesn't make gestures they don't mean. He hugged back, the same quality. Dudley stood at the front door in his pajamas because he hadn't gotten dressed and wasn't going to, and lifted his hand in a wave that he'd clearly decided was sufficient and dignified. Harry waved back. Petunia stood behind Dudley with her arms not quite crossed, which was her current resting position, not defensive, but not fully open, which was as far as she'd gotten and which was genuinely further than where they'd started. "Take care," Petunia said. 2 words, short, precise, everything she could put into them and didn't know how to put into more. "Thank you," Harry said, meaning it in all the directions it was possible to mean it. He walked down the front path and got into the car. McGonagall got in beside him and closed the door. Through the window, Privet Drive retreated as the car pulled away, the hedge, the gate, the house with its perfectly ordinary exterior and its impossible cellar and its 4-year-old ward that would hold perfectly well through the winter and be there when he came back at Christmas. He watched it until the road turned and he couldn't see it anymore. Then he turned forward. McGonagall was watching him with the careful neutral expression, which had its usual understructure that wasn't neutral at all, and he looked at her and said, "I'm not going to cry." "I know," she said. "You don't do things like that on other people's schedules." "No," he agreed. "Platform 9 3/4, she said. "When we arrive, I'd like to walk in with you. If that's acceptable." He looked at her. She was the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and she was asking him if it was acceptable for her to walk in with him, because 4 years of Thursday evenings had built something that had the quality, in its own specific way, of mutual respect between people who found each other genuinely worth the time. "That's acceptable," he said. The car moved through London in the rain, heading north, and Harry sat with his hands in his lap and the ward at the end of the thread that connected him to Number 4 and his parents' photographs and the anchor stone, and he thought about the morning and what came after the morning and the morning after that, and he thought, Potters figure things out. He was 10 years old and he was completely ready. Chapter 8, Platform 9 3/4 King's Cross was the organized chaos of a place that had made peace with being a thoroughfare, people moving in every direction with the single-minded energy of people who knew exactly where they were going, and the particular sub-chaos of families with too much luggage who didn't. Harry moved through it with his trunk on a trolley, McGonagall beside him, and watched the station with the attention he gave to new spaces, which was complete and unhurried. He'd been to London several times since that first trip to Gringotts. He was comfortable with London in the way you become comfortable with something large, not by mastering it, which wasn't possible, but by accepting its scale and moving inside it anyway. King's Cross was just more of that. Loud, high-ceilinged, pigeons doing their thankless work near the roof. Between platforms 9 and 10, McGonagall said, in the tone of someone who'd done this exact walk hundreds of times and found each iteration equally unremarkable. Harry looked at the barrier. He'd read about this, in more than one place, the concealed entrance, the apparent impossibility of running at solid stone, the trust required. He understood the physics of it, insofar as wizarding physics were physics, which was approximately insofar as a family ward could lock a house or a wand could produce light, which was to say the understanding was more structural than mechanistic. He walked at the barrier and didn't slow down. The crossing was not dramatic. It was a slight change in pressure, the quality of the air shifting, and then he was through and platform 9 3/4 was in front of him, and it was everything the books had described and also, the books had gotten the important thing, which was not the Hogwarts Express, red, enormous, producing steam with the enthusiasm of something that believed in itself completely, or the crowds or the owls, but the quality of the place itself, the particular atmosphere of a thing that was entirely its own. The platform smelled of coal smoke and something sweeter and the specific human smell of a great many families in a condensed space, and it was loud in the way of genuine excitement rather than the manufactured kind. McGonagall came through behind him, adjusted her collar, and looked at the platform with the expression of someone for whom this was a routine professional occasion that she nevertheless found, each year, quietly worth the trip. "I'll leave you here," she said. Harry looked at her. "You're going through with the express." "I'm taking a different route." "Staff arrangements." She looked at him with the careful neutral, the understructure fully visible this time, or more visible than she usually allowed. "Pay attention to people," she said. "Not just to what they say. How they say it." "I know," Harry said. "I know you know," she said. "I'm saying it because teachers are supposed to say useful things before significant moments, and it is in fact useful." He smiled. The real one, full, not the small sideways version he used for most situations. McGonagall's expression moved, fractionally, into its version of the same thing. "September," she said. She turned and walked back through the barrier, robes settling precisely behind her, and was gone. Harry stood with his trunk and looked at the platform. The Hogwarts Express left at 11 o'clock, which gave him 40 minutes. He moved his trunk to the train and managed the loading with the efficient physical confidence of someone who'd been doing physical tasks since he was old enough to hold a trowel, then stood on the platform and looked at the people. There were the families, the ones who'd clearly done this before, parents with the ease of second or third time around, younger siblings watching the train with the specific desire of those who want to be the ones getting on it. There were the first-timers, identifiable by the particular combination of excitement and anxiety that expressed itself in different people in entirely different ways, some loud and some very quiet and some oscillating rapidly between both. He saw Neville Longbottom from across the platform. He was with an older woman who had the posture of someone accustomed to being obeyed and was currently not being obeyed by the toad Neville was chasing in a determined semicircle around their trolley. Harry watched the chase with interest. Neville caught the toad, eventually, with a diving grab that was not graceful but was effective, and the older woman said something that Neville nodded at with the expression of someone absorbing criticism they already agreed with. He also saw the girl before she saw him. She was standing next to her parents, both of them clearly Muggle, with the particular look of people who'd been doing significant reading to prepare for a situation outside their experience and had prepared thoroughly but still found the reality of it slightly larger than the preparation had accounted for. The girl herself had brown hair and was reading a book, which she was doing while standing in the middle of a crowded magical platform in the way of someone who could read in any circumstances and found it preferable to not reading. She was reading with total focus and occasional page annotations in the margins, which Harry noted with the recognition of someone who did the same thing. He thought, that one. The boy with the red hair he saw next, and the boy was hard to miss, tall for his age, with hair the particular red of someone who'd come from a family where everyone had it, and he was traveling in a group of people who all had variants of the same hair, parents and what looked like several siblings, loud and warm and clearly delighted with each other in the way of families that had been delighted with each other for a long time. Harry watched the group and liked the energy of it, the ease, the argument that was also affection, the mother doing 17 things at once with the efficiency of someone who'd been doing 17 things at once for decades. The red-haired boy looked up and across the platform and found Harry and did the full-stop thing, the looking and looking again, his mouth forming a shape that Harry had seen on enough faces now to recognize before the words came. "That's Harry Potter." Harry met his eyes. Nodded. The boy nodded back, recovered, went back to his family. He was going to have to deal with that, consistently, for the foreseeable future. He'd known this since he was 6 years old and Vernon had used the word famous with the same inflection most people used for diseased. He'd had 4 years since then to develop a relationship with it. His relationship with it was, the fame was about his scar and the thing that had happened when he was 1, and neither the scar nor the thing were him, and the people who confused the famous person with the actual person were people who were looking at the wrong thing, and that was ultimately their limitation to work around, not his. He got on the train. The compartments were filling up, the usual scramble of first years, uncertain about which compartments were taken and which were free, moving with the slightly lost energy of people in a new geography. Harry found one that was empty, slid the door open, put his bag on the overhead rack, and sat at the window seat on the platform side because you should always sit where you can see what's coming. Neville Longbottom found him 7 minutes later. Is this? He had his toad in both hands, which limited his ability to gesture, but his face communicated the question sufficiently. "Yes," Harry said. "Come in." Neville came in, stowed his trunk with some difficulty and Harry's assistance, sat across from Harry, and held his toad in his lap with the focused care of someone who'd already lost the toad once this morning and was not prepared to do it again. "Thanks," he said. "What's his name?" Harry asked, about the toad. "Trevor," Neville said. He's not really mine, he was a gift from my great-uncle Algy. He doesn't really like me." He looked at Trevor with the philosophical equanimity of someone who'd accepted a complicated relationship. "I think I remind him of something he doesn't like." "Or he doesn't like anyone," Harry said. "Toads are like that sometimes." Is that from a book? Experience, Harry said. Mrs. Fig, a neighbor, has a lot of cats. Some of them are the same. Neville looked at him with the expression Harry was coming to associate with Neville specifically, which was the expression of someone finding everything slightly more interesting than they'd expected and being genuinely pleased by this. You live with Muggles, he said. My gran says, she says it's remarkable that you're, he stopped. Started again, with the honesty that Harry was realizing was Neville's consistent mode when he caught himself saying something that needed more care. She thinks it must have been hard. Parts of it, Harry said. Not all of it. Are you glad to be here? Harry looked out the window at the platform, the last of the families saying their goodbyes, owls in cages and trunks being handed up, a toddler in the arms of a man who was crying quietly while the toddler looked around with magnificent indifference. He thought about McGonagall walking back through the barrier. He thought about Arabella at the gate and Dudley in his pajamas and Petunia's 2 words. Yes, he said. Very. The girl came in at 5 to 11, which was cutting it close, carrying a book and a cat in a carrier and the expression of someone who'd found a compartment and was not going to be apologetic about claiming it. She looked at Harry and Neville with the assessment of someone who was simultaneously evaluating social compatibility and the structural soundness of their life choices, which was a great deal to communicate in a 2-second look, but she managed it. Is there room? She asked. Everywhere else is full. Yes, Harry said. She came in, settled her things, sat next to Neville, released the cat from the carrier, a ginger thing with the expression of someone who'd been insulted and had decided to let the insult go for now but had not forgotten, and opened her book. Hermione Granger, she said, to the compartment, while reading. Harry Potter, Harry said. She looked up from her book. Not the full-stop look, she caught herself before the full stop, which Harry respected, and continued in a more conversational register. I know, she said. I read about you. In A History of Magic and the other ones. I know, Harry said. I've read them too. She blinked. Once. What did you think of Bagshot's account of the First War? Incomplete, Harry said. She had access to good sources but chose a narrative structure that prioritized the dramatic over the accurate in 3 of the key chapters. The Longbottom section especially. Neville, across the compartment, straightened slightly at his name. Hermione looked at Harry with the expression of someone who has found a conversation they didn't expect to be having on this train and is extremely pleased about it. I thought that too, she said. I made notes. She held up her book, which was indeed annotated in margins so full they'd become a secondary text. Chapter 7 specifically, Harry said. And 9, she said. Chapter 9 I thought was better than it's generally credited, Harry said. The analysis of protective magic is actually quite sophisticated if you read it alongside the companion volume. What companion volume? Hermione said, and she said it in the specific tone of someone who has discovered a gap in their research and is immediately going to fill it. Wartime Magic and Its Practitioners, 1982, Bathilda Bagshot, Harry said. It's technically a separate book but it was clearly written as additional material. It's not on any of the standard reading lists. Where did you find it? Family Vault, initially. But it's available from specialist bookshops. Scribulus in Hogsmeade carries it. Diagon Alley doesn't stock it regularly. Hermione looked at him for a moment with both her full attention and her book lowered, which was, Harry suspected, significant. You've done a lot of additional reading, she said. 4 years of it, Harry said. So have I, she said, and the 4 words were both a statement and something closer to recognition, the specific recognition of someone who has been the only person they know who reads the way they read and has just encountered another one. Neville looked between them and said, I've read the standard list, with the diplomatic precision of someone establishing their position without apology for it. The standard list is good, Harry said, meaning it. It's very good actually, Hermione said, in the tone of someone who could be enthusiastic about several things simultaneously. The train moved at 11 exactly, with the committed lurch of something that had been doing this for decades and had decided punctuality was a form of integrity. The platform slid past the window, the last of the waving families, the younger siblings watching the train go with undisguised longing, and then it was gone and they were in the grey morning of London, the city falling back on both sides. Harry watched it go and felt the thread connecting him to Number 4 stretch but not break. He'd felt this in the abstract before, reading about Hogwarts, knowing he'd go there, knowing the ward would hold, but the physical reality of it was different, the thread pulling taut in his chest as the distance increased. Not painful. Just present. He'd gotten used to the ward being ambient, like background music he'd stopped consciously hearing, and the tautening was a reminder that it was still there, still his, still home in the particular way the last 4 years had built. He turned back to the compartment. The morning passed in the way that the morning passes when you're on a train with people who are interesting and there are things to say, quickly, unevenly, with the rhythm of conversation that keeps redirecting itself because everyone in it has multiple things they want to talk about. Hermione covered the standard curriculum and her assessment of it, thorough, some gaps, the transfiguration sections were excellent, the house system and what she knew of it, considerable, and her expectations of Hogwarts, high, specifically calibrated, cross-referenced with 3 sources. Neville talked about herbology with the ease of someone who'd found their thing and knew it, the way people talk about something they understand better than most and have stopped being apologetic about understanding. He knew plants with the specificity that Harry knew ward theory, and Harry asked him questions that were genuine rather than polite, because the genuine ones produced better answers and because it turned out Neville's knowledge of magical plants was detailed and often surprising. The compartment door slid open at around noon. The boy in the doorway had pale, pointed features and the posture of someone who'd been told since birth that their posture communicated something important and had taken this seriously. He was flanked by 2 larger boys who had the quality of people whose primary function was to be flanked by. He looked at the compartment with an assessing expression and his eyes landed on Harry. "Harry Potter," he said, with the confidence of someone expecting this to be exciting. "Yes," Harry said. The boy came in without being invited, which told Harry several things immediately. He looked at Neville with the brief dismissal of someone who'd already categorized and moved on, and at Hermione with slightly more attention but not more respect, and then back at Harry. "Draco Malfoy," he said, extending his hand. Harry looked at the hand. He looked at Draco Malfoy, the pale eyes, the very deliberate presentation, the 2 large boys at the door functioning as a statement. He thought about what Ollivander had said, people with specific agendas. He thought about the particular way the introduction had been delivered, the name said with the expectation that it would mean something, the hand extended at the specific angle of someone who'd practiced this. He looked at the hand for a moment longer. "I know who you are," Harry said, pleasantly. He didn't take the hand. "Malfoy family. Wiltshire. One of the old families." Draco's expression flickered, not much, he was good at not flickering, but enough. He lowered his hand with the ease of someone recovering from something and deciding it hadn't happened. "Then you know the name means something," he said. "I know quite a few names that mean something," Harry said. "Sit down if you want to talk, or close the door if you don't." He turned back to the window. The silence in the compartment had the quality of something balancing on a point. Harry felt Hermione watching him and Neville very still across the compartment and the 2 large boys at the door recalibrating their function. Draco Malfoy looked at Harry for a moment. His expression was doing something complicated, not anger, which Harry had expected, but something more interesting, the expression of someone who'd been given a situation they didn't have a script for and were working out what to do with it. "You're not what I expected," he said finally. "I know," Harry said. "Sit down or close the door, Malfoy." Draco looked at the compartment, at Neville and Hermione, at the cat on Hermione's lap that was regarding him with magnificent hostility. He looked at Harry with something that was edging toward the specific expression of someone who hadn't decided yet whether to be interested or offended, and who was leaning, against their own apparent inclinations, toward interested. "Another time," Draco said, and left. The door slid shut. Neville let out a breath. "He's going to be difficult," Hermione said, not as a complaint, just as assessment. "He's going to be interesting," Harry said. "Whether he's going to be difficult or not depends on whether he decides to be." "You didn't shake his hand," Neville said. "No," Harry said. "Why not?" Harry thought about how to explain it. "Because he offered it as a performance," he said. "He wanted something from the handshake, the image of me accepting it, which he could use later, or the image of me refusing it, which he could use differently. Neither option was actually about being friendly. So I didn't play." Neville thought about this. "But he might have been genuine," he said, with the fairness Harry was coming to understand as characteristic. "He might be," Harry said. "If he is, he'll come back differently. And then I'll shake his hand." Hermione looked at Harry with her full assessment look. "That's very," she seemed to be searching for the right word. "Calculated?" Harry offered. "I was going to say clear-eyed," she said. "Calculated sounds like you're being unkind. Clear-eyed just means you're paying attention." The countryside outside the window had gone from the grey nearness of London to something wider, fields, hills, the green deepening as they went north, the sky expanding in the way it does when buildings stop defining it. Harry watched it and thought about north and what north contained at its end of this journey. The food trolley came at 1 o'clock. Harry bought things, the magical sweet selection, which he'd sampled before from Diagon Alley but which were different somehow on a train, more appropriate, the right thing in the right context. He gave Neville a chocolate frog because Neville had been looking at the trolley with the expression of someone who'd forgotten to bring money. Neville took it with the specific gratitude of someone who doesn't make it less by over-thanking, which Harry appreciated. Hermione didn't want sweets. She had sandwiches from home, made by her mother, wrapped in cling film, and she ate one while reading, which was consistent. "What house do you want?" Harry asked her. "Gryffindor," she said, without looking up. "The bravery and nerve, I think those matter. Ravenclaw would suit me academically but I don't think that's all I am." "I think you're right," Harry said. She looked up. "Which house do you want?" Harry had thought about this. He'd thought about it carefully and extensively, with the 4 years of reading and the ward book and the family correspondence, and he had a considered position on it. "Whichever one is right," he said. "I'm not trying to be mysterious. I genuinely mean it. The house system is supposed to be about fit, not aspiration. I'm curious what the Sorting Hat thinks fits." "You're not nervous about it?" Neville said. "About which house I'm in?" "No." He paused. "I'm a little nervous about the sorting itself being public." "Why?" Hermione asked. "Because I know people will be watching me specifically," Harry said. "And I know some of them will have an expectation about which house I should be in, because of my parents, because of my name. And I'd rather the hat take its time and be right than be quick to give everyone what they expect." "Your parents were Gryffindors," Neville said. "Yes. But you're not assuming you will be." "I'm not assuming anything," Harry said. "I'm waiting to find out." Neville looked at him for a moment and then said, with the specific quiet of someone working something out, "I think I'd like to be in the same house as you. Whichever one it is." This landed in the compartment with a simple warmth. Harry looked at Neville, the round face, the toad asleep in his lap now, the honest expression, and thought again what he'd thought at Madame Malkin's, worth more attention. "Me too," Hermione said. She said it the way she said most things, matter of fact, without performing it, and looked back at her book. They arrived in Hogsmeade as night was properly down, the darkness of the north in September being a different and more committed darkness than the darkness of Surrey. Harry put on his robes in the compartment, which he'd bought at Madame Malkin's and which fit correctly and felt different from Dudley's old clothes in a way that was not only about fit. They felt like what they were, the right clothes for the right place. The boats on the lake were another thing that the books had described and reality exceeded. Not in scale, the scale was accurate, but in the quality of the silence around them, the enormous dark surface of the lake, the way Hogwarts appeared around the headland as the boats rounded it, the castle lit from within against the sky. Harry had been told what to expect, and what he'd been told had been thorough and detailed and the work of 4 years of reading, and none of it had prepared him for the simple fact of the castle, the physical reality of it at the end of a boat on a dark lake at the age of 10, its towers catching the clouds, its windows warm against the October dark, its particular quality of being very old and very present simultaneously. He looked at it and didn't say anything because there wasn't anything to say. Neville, beside him in the boat, also said nothing. Hermione, on the other side of Neville, said nothing for about 15 seconds and then said, very quietly, "Oh," which was the only word that covered it. The Great Hall was extraordinary. Harry walked into it with the other first years, a crocodile of them in their new robes with their anxious faces, and he walked looking up at the enchanted ceiling. He knew it was enchanted, had read how it was done, and knowing how it was done made it more impressive rather than less, because the magic required was significant and the result was exact. The night sky reproduced in every detail above the 4 long tables where what looked like the entire school was sitting and watching them. "Come in." He looked at the head table. McGonagall was there, in her full robes, watching the procession with her professional expression. Then she found him in the line and her expression did its tiny controlled movement, the fractional acknowledgement, and he gave her the small nod. He looked at Dumbledore, who was watching him with the blue eyes doing their complicated things, warm and complicated and carrying the weight of several years of learning to be better at things than he'd been before. Harry nodded at him too. Then he looked at the rest of the head table because he was in a new place and new places required inventory, and he saw a man in a turban who was talking very fast to a person next to him and not looking at the first years at all, and a large man with a grizzled beard who was watching with the beaming enthusiasm of someone who found new arrivals a genuine delight every single year, and a man, at the end of the table, in black, with dark eyes and the expression of someone attending an event they find necessary but not enjoyable. This man's eyes went to Harry and stayed there, and Harry met the look with his usual steadiness and felt nothing threatening in it, just something watchful and contained and carrying something old in the way of old injuries. Harry looked away first, because he'd gathered what there was to gather from it and there were other things to look at. The sorting hat was on its stool, and it sang, which Harry had known it did but which was still surprising in the specific way of something that is, in its context, entirely normal and in any other context would be remarkable. He listened to the song with attention, because songs written by objects with several hundred years of accumulated magical knowledge were worth listening to carefully. The sorting proceeded alphabetically, which meant Harry had time. He watched each student sit on the stool and put on the hat and waited, and the hat called its decisions in a voice that managed to reach the whole hall without shouting, which was a specific magical skill worth noting. Hermione went under Granger, Gryffindor, which pleased her in a way she communicated by not moving her face at all but standing up very straight. Neville went under Longbottom, a long pause, the hat deliberate, and then Gryffindor, which produced a long exhale from Neville and a cheer from the Gryffindor table that was specific and genuine. When they called Potter, the hall went quiet before he'd taken 2 steps. He'd known this would happen. He walked to the stool with the same walk he'd been walking everything with since he was 6 years old, shoulders level, pace unhurried, paying attention to where he was going rather than to who was watching. He sat on the stool. He picked up the sorting hat. He put it on. The dark inside the hat was complete. And then a voice, old and specific, the voice of something that had been doing one thing for a very long time with the full attention of everything it had, said, in a tone of profound interest, "Well." Harry waited. "I haven't felt magic quite like this in," a pause. "Actually in 312 years, and that was a rather different situation. You're very young to be this settled in yourself, Mr. Potter." "I had a good 4 years," Harry thought. "So I see." The hat was moving through him, and the sensation was not unpleasant, not the ward's recognition, not the Gringotts Stone's assessment, but something else, something that was purely about him, the specific landscape of who he was. "You're curious. You're patient. You're braver than you know you are, which is different from not knowing you're brave. You know you're brave, you simply haven't fully accounted for the scale of it. You're loyal to the people you choose with an intensity that would surprise you if you saw it from outside. You're very intelligent and very careful not to use intelligence as a substitute for wisdom. Another pause. And you have something else. Something I haven't got a category for, exactly. Something the ward taught you, perhaps, or perhaps the ward just recognized what was already there. Where should I be? Harry thought. You could be in any of the 4 houses and it would be true of you, the hat said. That's rarer than you might think. Most people fit cleanly. You fit everywhere, which is a different kind of challenge. A pause. But you asked where you should be. Not which house you want, not which house would be easiest. Should. That's a Gryffindor question, Mr. Potter. Asking what's right rather than what's comfortable. Harry thought about his mother standing between him and something that should have been unstoppable. He thought about his father writing "Try to be better than me" at the last one. He thought about a 6-year-old in a cupboard finding something in the dark and deciding, without quite deciding it, that he wasn't afraid. Yes, the hat said. Exactly that. And then, aloud, to the hall, Gryffindor. The roar from the Gryffindor table was the loudest sound Harry had been inside in his 10 years. He took the hat off and gave it back to McGonagall, who was holding it with the specific controlled expression of someone who was not going to show what they were feeling but whose hands were very slightly not steady, and he walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down next to Hermione, who was already there, and across from Neville, who was grinning with the full uncomplicated brightness of someone who'd gotten the right thing. The rest of the sorting finished. He watched Draco Malfoy sit on the stool and the hat barely touch his head before calling Slytherin, the briefest of deliberations, everything already decided, and Draco walked to the Slytherin table with the ease of someone arriving somewhere expected. He looked at Harry across the hall, once, and Harry looked back, and neither of them broke anything with the look or sealed anything either. It was simply, noted. Another time. Dumbledore stood and said welcome and said several specific things about the school year that Harry listened to carefully, and then the food appeared, which was the best food Harry had eaten in his life, and for a few minutes the hall was purely about eating and the roar of a great many people discovering that they were very hungry. I knew it, Hermione said, to her plate. Gryffindor. I knew it. Were you worried? Harry asked. Briefly, she said. The hat took 6 seconds. I thought it might be longer. My hat took almost a minute, a red-haired boy down the table said. He'd introduced himself earlier, in the chaos of arrival, Ron Weasley, one of 7 children, with the ease of someone raised in a large family where claiming space was a basic survival skill and the warmth of someone for whom that claiming had always been in the context of people who liked him. He'd been watching Harry with the scar awareness all evening, catching himself doing it, correcting himself, trying again. Weasley, Ron, he added. Gryffindor too, obviously. We're always Gryffindors. Your family? Harry asked. All of us, Ron said, with the combination of pride and mild long-term pressure that suggested he'd been told this frequently. Mum, Dad, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred and George, he stopped. Fred and George are the twins. They'll be 3rd years. Be careful of them. Should I be? Harry said. Probably not, Ron said, reconsidering. They like people who don't mind them. If you don't mind them they'll be fine. He looked at Harry, caught himself looking at the scar, looked at his food instead with the expression of someone doing ongoing internal correction. You're not what I expected, he said. I know, Harry said. What did you expect? Ron thought about this with genuine honesty. Someone quieter, he said. Or more, I don't know. On a show. Why would I be on a show? Because you're, Ron gestured at the general area of Harry's forehead. Because of all of it. None of that is something I did, Harry said. It happened to me when I was 1. Why would I put it on a show? Ron absorbed this. He looked at Harry with the specific look of someone finding something actually makes more sense than the alternative. Right, he said. Yeah, that's yeah. He reached for the potatoes with the easy confidence of someone who'd always known there would be potatoes and didn't intend to be polite about them. Do you know about Quidditch? Yes, Harry said. What do you think of the Chudley Cannons? Tactically compromised by their keeper situation, Harry said. Their front line is genuinely strong, but the keeper decisions in the last 3 seasons have undermined results that should have been better. Ron stared at him. Then he said, with complete and genuine enthusiasm, yes. Exactly. That's exactly what I've been saying. He turned to the people around him. This is what I've been saying. Harry ate the best food he'd ever eaten and listened to Ron's analysis of the Chudley Cannon's structural weaknesses, which was detailed and passionate and occasionally brilliant, and across the table Neville was talking to a girl with blonde hair who was describing something about herbology that was making his face do the thing it did when someone else knew about plants, and beside Harry, Hermione was annotating a booklet the prefect had handed out about Hogwarts rules, in the margins, with what looked like counterarguments. This was, Harry thought, a table worth sitting at. The feast ended and prefects materialized to lead the first years out and up, a great deal of up, the moving staircases doing exactly what the books had described and producing exactly the disorientation the books had described, and Harry moved through it with the careful internal compass of someone who'd spent 4 years learning to hold a large amount of spatial information simultaneously, which was a skill the ward had taught him and which translated directly into not being lost on moving staircases. He was not lost. Several other first years were lost and Harry redirected them twice without making anything of it. The Gryffindor common room appeared through a portrait of a large woman in a pink dress who examined them all with the air of a landlady assessing new tenants and found them, collectively, adequate. Inside, armchairs, a fire, the red and gold of the house and the curtains and cushions and the particular warmth of a place that had been someone's home for centuries, had been his mother's home, had been his father's, and was now. He stood in the doorway for a moment, his. The fire was good. The armchairs were deep. Neville's toad was asleep in his pocket and Hermione had already found the notice board and was reading everything on it with the focused efficiency of someone establishing context, and Ron was already talking to the twins, who were identical in the specific way of people who had spent years making the identical work for them. Harry stood in the doorway and felt it. Not the ward was at the end of the thread, steady and present, the anchor stone in its cellar, Privet Drive quiet in the Surrey night. Something different. Something that had the same quality as the ward in the sense of belonging to him specifically, but that was new, assembled in the last 10 hours, built from a conversation on a train and a sorting and a feast and the specific feel of this room. He walked in and sat in the armchair nearest the fire. One of the twins appeared. Not both, just the one, which Harry quickly determined was Fred on the basis of a barely perceptible difference in the angle of his expression, though he'd need more data to be certain. Fred looked at Harry with the particular look of someone who had developed the ability to assess people rapidly and accurately and had therefore learned exactly what expressions to make to test them. Harry Potter, Fred said. Fred Weasley, Harry said. Fred blinked. How did you, angle of your right eyebrow, Harry said. George's does the same thing but lower. I'll need a week to be reliable about it, but I'm starting now. Fred looked at him for a long moment. Then he sat down in the other armchair and said, with the tone of someone who had found something worth the time, Ron said you know about Quidditch. Reasonably, Harry said. Gryffindor hasn't won the cup in years, Fred said. Our seeker situation is, well. He looked at Harry. You're 10. Do you know what a seeker does? Yes, Harry said. Have you ever ridden a broom? Harry thought about the broom in the Potter family vault, which he'd noted but not taken yet. He thought about 4 years of spatial instinct and a ward that had taught him to process three-dimensional information and a body that had spent the same 4 years doing physical work in developing the kind of reflexes that came from genuine use rather than design. No, he said. Not yet. Fred looked at him thoughtfully. He said, which was not a complete thought but was clearly the beginning of one. George appeared over Fred's shoulder with the perfect timing of someone who'd spent 11 years knowing when to appear. He looked at Harry, looked at Fred, assessed what the look between them contained, and said, "Who is this?" "Harry Potter," Fred said. He clocked which of us I was by our eyebrows. George looked at Harry's eyebrows, then at Fred's, then at Harry. "He's right, you know. Yours does go higher." "I know," Fred said. "Right," George said, and sat on the arm of Fred's chair with the familiarity of people who had shared space for 11 years and had stopped thinking about whose space was technically whose. He looked at Harry with the same assessing quality Fred had. "You're going to be interesting," he said. "I expect the same of you," Harry said. Both twins looked at him simultaneously, and the look was identical in a way that most of their looks weren't, a genuine joint reaction, the kind that was below the level of performance, the kind that said, "This one." Harry looked back at them and felt the fire warm on his face, and Hermione finding her way to the chair next to his with a book, and Neville sitting on the floor in front of the fire because there weren't enough chairs and deciding this was fine, and Ron arriving from the twin conversation with the comfortable ease of someone who'd always been in rooms full of people he liked, and outside the window the Scottish sky was full of stars. He sat in the Gryffindor common room on his first night at Hogwarts and felt the thread connecting him to the house in Surrey, taut across the distance, the ward steady, the anchor stone doing what it had been doing since he was 6 years old, and he felt the new thing, the thing being built here, and he thought, these are the two ends of something. He was 10 years old and he was exactly himself, which was more than enough. Later, much later, when the dormitory was quiet and the other boys were asleep, Ron sprawled with the complete unconsciousness of someone who never had trouble sleeping, Neville curled around something he'd been given that was probably herbal, the others unknown still, to be known in time. Harry lay in the proper bed with the curtains drawn and the darkness good around him. He took out the photograph of his parents. In the dark he couldn't see it, but he held it and felt the slight warmth of the magic in it, the movement of it, the life caught in the frame. His mother, sharp-eyed, laughing. His father, looking at his mother. He put it on the nightstand. He would think about tomorrow. About classes, about McGonagall teaching Transfiguration with the specific rigor she'd been developing in him for 4 years. About whatever potions was going to be, and the dark-eyed man at the head table. About Malfoy across the hall and what another time was going to look like. About brooms, actually, and what Fred's HM had meant. He would think about all of it. Tomorrow. He closed his eyes. The ward hummed at the end of the thread, distant but present, the anchor stone patient in its cellar, the house at the end of Privet Drive holding its ground in the Surrey night. And here, at this other end, the common room fire going to embers through the dormitory wall, the Scottish stars outside the window, the sound of people sleeping around him for the first time in his life, the specific warmth of a place that was becoming his. He was 10 years old and he was not afraid of a single thing, and the darkness was just darkness, and the morning was just the morning, and ahead of everything was everything. He slept. In the deepest archive of Hogwarts Castle, where the sorting hat was kept between its annual September duty, the hat sat on its shelf in the dark and thought about what it had felt that evening. It had sorted 10,417 students in its long career. It had felt great courage and great cunning, brilliant minds and hearts like open doors. It had sorted dark wizards before they became dark and heroes before they knew they were. It had placed the frightened and the bold, the lost and the certain, the ones who knew exactly where they needed to be and the ones who had no idea. The Potter boy was not the most powerful wizard it had ever sorted. There had been more raw power, across 7 centuries. There had been wider minds, deeper cunning, more obvious brilliance. But 312 years ago, it had sorted a girl who had made a ward. A ward the hat had recognized tonight in the boy's bones, in the deep structural hum of him, in the way he moved through space as though space had already agreed to cooperate. A ward that had waited 312 years for the right person to be ready for it, and tonight, in that boy's bones and hands and the steady green eyes that looked at everything without flinching, the hat had felt the ward confirm what it had been waiting to confirm. Settled, the hat thought, to itself, in its archive. He was, of all the things it had sorted, the most thoroughly and completely himself. That was rarer than power. That was rarer than almost anything.